Hello everyone. Hello Lady Margaret's on first. Hello Diva. Hello Bumfluff. Hello Bagel. How you guys doing? A little late today, but that's alright. Yeah, how is everyone? Brain. Open face reveal brain. That's an idea, actually. If I had like a scar across my face or something. Like I've seen some designs that have like a scar down their face. I could like open my head up and you could see my brain. But I don't. Sorry. Gorgeous Frankenstein. Hello, how are you? How are you, Taxi? I'm doing well. If you had a scar across the face, you'd be the boy who lived. Nah, I've seen some designs, like some zombie designs that have like one across the eye and stuff like that. It'd be very cool to work out how to animate something like that. You just watched the 1984 Dune, fucking weird movie, but you enjoyed it. Yeah? I don't think I've seen that one. Because yeah, there's a new one out, isn't there? I don't know anything about it, except it's got big worms. Big cooch worms. Sandy cooch worms. That's it. If that's not the movie I'm thinking about, then it has them anyway. I've decided it has them. But yeah, I heard people talking about Dune, and I'm like, isn't that a really old movie? Big cooch worms. Okay, it is the right thing I'm thinking of. Yeah, I was like, isn't that a really old movie? But yeah, no, apparently there's a new one. It's funny how they just keep remaking things though. Hello Diva, how are you? Lady Ma is cute. Bum is arguably cool. You're good? Do you have work this evening? Bum is cute. Bum's room was very cute in Animal Crossing last night. I liked it. No work? Nice. Very cool. I haven't had dinner yet, so partway through stream, have to have a break and eat some oven food. Edie's cooking now. Remake isn't even the whole movie, supposedly. It's part 1. They haven't made part 2 yet. Oh, okay. Interesting that... It's interesting when they decide to, like, make things in parts and you're like, you're really trusting that this is gonna be received well. Like, what about if it isn't well received? Then again, there's plenty of movies that apparently everyone hates, but then does fantastically. So, I don't know. I don't know how it works. I have no idea. You hate parts, yeah. It's like, I remember when, like, I'm trying to think of the movie. Was it Suicide Squad that had that Joker with all the tattoos? And like everyone was all critical about it and they're like, oh, this is stupid, like, you know, this movie's gonna be terrible, the actors are bad, you know, like there was all this controversy about it at the start and everyone shitting on it, saying it looked terrible. But then it fucking did fantastic, and it's like, I don't understand. Who is seeing these movies if people keep saying that they look bad? I don't understand. I don't understand. Hate parts when they split stuff up. You just want money twice. It depends. Like, I don't know anything about Dune, so I don't know if it's the sort of movie that has enough content for that sort of thing. But if it's a two-parter film and it has justifiable reasons, I think it's fine. Like, it having 2 chapters worked quite well because, one, it's an incredibly long book and they still didn't get all the content in it. And 2, there's 2 very distinct parts of the films, I guess. Like, one's based with them as children, the next one was more as them as adults and stuff like that. So, like, that's fine to do. It really depends on why they split things up, I guess. They did, the It movies, though, definitely could have, you know, cut off probably about 20 minutes each, though. But yeah. I don't know. And it's the same with that that Cruella movie, I think. Everyone was really critical about that, thought it looked stupid. And I think it did well or something. I don't know. I don't know. I don't understand. Everyone saw it. My timeline was filled with people who saw it. I'm like, wasn't there a whole bunch of people saying it looked bad? I don't know. I've stopped looking at movie trailers, in all honesty. Only occasionally I'll see a movie trailer and it just happened to be on like my YouTube sidebar. Like, I'm not out looking for movie trailers. I used to look at them all the time. Like, back, you know, when you went to the movies, you'd have a look at see what's upcoming and stuff like that. You liked Cruella? Yeah? I don't know, I guess that's the thing, is like you kind of don't know what it's going to be until you actually see it. But I just remember at the start, people were real critical of it. Hey Danikon, how are you? But yeah. I think there was one trailer I saw the other day, and I thought... And I was like, oh, I'm gonna look at this, because I expected it to look bad. I'm trying to think of what it was. I think it's a new Scream movie? Was that what I looked at? Yeah, I think it's a new Scream movie's coming out. And I'm like, ah, this is just gonna be a remake. Fucking looks shot for shot remake. I'm like, this looks terrible. And then like, partway through the trailer, you like see the original person and it's apparently a sequel? And I'm like, oh, now I'm interested. Can't take my money. I wanna see. I wanna know what this is about. Yeah. I think that's the only trailer I've seen in recent weeks. Honestly, I can't remember anything about Scream though. I remember the first movie, but I know I've seen all of them. And I remember nothing. I remember liking them enough to watch them all. I think I marathoned them all because they're all on Netflix a few years ago. And all I remember is the first one because I've seen that one like twice or 3 times. There's also a TV series, I think. I watched that as well. I remember fucking nothing. Maybe my memory's just bad. I like binge watch things and don't remember any of it. I'm like, did I even watch it? I enjoy things at the time. I remember a while back I watched this like thriller movie. And it was like, I was watching it and the entire time I was watching it, I was like, I feel like I've seen this. Yeah, this is familiar. I recall a scene like that, but like I'd never remember anything before it happened. Everything would still be new to me. And like eventually I came to the conclusion that I have seen this fucking movie before. But then the things that I really love, like I remember fucking everything about it. So it's just like, I wish I couldn't remember things that I really loved, and then I could experience them like new again. Okay, I'm kind of going off on a tangent. Cutie-kun. Danikun is cute. We all love Danikun. Anyway. I was just kind of... I was just kind of blabbering just to give people some time to come in before we start this case. But I think it's been a suitably enough time. We can start it. The Old Bailey. Danikon, I've not looked at the Fuzzy, the new, waiting room thing. You said that there was an update. I guess it's for Halloween. It'd be there till the 31st at least, I'm sure. We should play. We should play. What day is Halloween, actually? Sunday. Sunday. Yeah, it'd definitely be there till Halloween, I'm sure. Halloween is on Halloween. Nice. It's really big brain. Yeah, so it's on Sunday. Sunday is usually the day that we play games, so maybe we should play some Fuzzy. That is if you're free, Danikon. Alright. The jurors' contentions. For pity's sake. Oh wait, hang on. We were in the middle of a trial. That's right. I got tired and I was like, I am going to bed. And I forgot that everyone is stupidly racist and I hate it. And it makes me upset and I kind of don't want to play. Why do they have to include it? Like, they didn't need to. It just drains the fun out of the dialogue. Anyway. For pity's sake, that little Nipponi's oddity already admitted it himself, didn't he? He said that a woman in green collapsed before his eyes. Why can't it have been the victim? The man wouldn't have gone around the house on his way back from the bookshop. Not around the houses on his way back from the bookshop. Not in winter. Yeah, it's the guy from the first case. He's in the jury now. So the poor woman was attacked from behind, was she? How dreadful. And this woman is like, she lives right next to where this murder took place, and I'm so sus. I am so sus. We were speaking to her last chapter. I don't care. I don't really care. Can we just wrap this up now? I've got work to be doing. Your books. Yes, nice shop that. But bourbon books? Nah, not worth a visit. Yeah, we got lots of Santas. With only minor exceptions, the reasons for finding the defendant guilty are all too clear. When the stabbing occurred, only 2 people at the scene were the victim and the accused. And the accused himself has admitted to seeing the victim in her green overcoat sink to the ground before his eyes. Furthermore, we've heard from the inspector that the defendant then fled the scene. I must say, I would have ample grounds to convict this man already. Oh dear, even the judge appears convinced that Mr. Natsume's guilt now. Why did he have to run away like that? And how are we supposed to believe in some phantom attacker that nobody could see? This is impossible. How can I possibly make a case for the defense? Mr. Naruhodo, there's no time for grumbling. If we want to force the trial to continue... Yes, I know. I have to turn the tide. I must make the jurors change their minds. Well, 4 of them at least. Exactly. We have no choice but to forge forward. Yeah, my theory is that the guy, the woman and the maid woman and the, like, veteran guy, I think they must have gotten into some kind of argument and she may have threw something out of the window and it may have hit her. I guess that's kind of what I'm thinking. You have the floor, counsel. Begin your summation examination. I like those words. Yes, my lord. Just need to keep this trial going somehow. Whatever it takes. Come on, Ryunosuke. You can do it. He got this. Oh, baby boy. I love you. The defense's rebuttal. For pity's sake. Already admitted to himself. Okay, so what do we have? We have to contradict these people with Street map of the local area showing locations. Receipt discovered in Mr. Natsume's room for some books that he had purchased from a secondhand bookshop before the incident. What does this say? Your books. Okay. Case file. Young woman rendered unconscious following a stab wound to the back. Victim, olive green, female, stout build, early 20s. Pavement on Briar Road. Royally Beach. Victim remains unconscious. Her name was gleaned from her personal effects. Other details are unknown. Apart from the single stab wound from the large knife, no other signs of injury were observed. The assailant was seen running away by the reporting officer and was successfully arrested the following day. Large but commonplace folding knife was found lodged in the victim's back. And the tip is broken. So she was stabbed in the back. Does anyone say anything like that it stabbed from the front? Woman in green collapsed before his eyes. Why it can only have been the victim. A man would have gone around the houses on his way back from the bookshop, not in winter. Poor woman was attacked from behind. Was she? How dreadful. Really don't care. Can we wrap this up now? Your books. Yes, nice shop that. But bourbon books? Not worth a visit. These guys are saying nothing! Alright. Maybe we can press this guy?
Hold it!
We'll press them and see what they say. But you can't deny that there are other routes Mr. Natsume could have taken back from your books. Oh yes, like you drew on the map, you mean? What was that? What was it? Calabash Road or something? Precisely. But it seems to me that what counts is whether the little Japanese fellow actually went that way or not. Well, yes, that's true. At the moment, there's no proof that shows he did, is there? Well, yes, that's true as well. And as I understand, the accused himself doesn't remember which way he went, does he? Well, yes, that's annoyingly true. Winter nights are dark and cold, so the way I see it, you'd want to get home as quickly as possible. You like him, Danikon? Well, yes. Why is this all true? So really, the only thing that makes sense is he went home along Briar Road. I'm supposed to be convincing you here. I'd have given it a lot of thought, you know. I just didn't make up my mind on a whim that he did it. I mean, if there was some logical reason why he might have gone the Calabash Road way, it'd be different. I'd be happy to reconsider my position in the case, honest I would. A reason why Soseki-san may have taken the longer way home. Yes, a good reason. I don't imagine you'd be able to sway this young man's opinion without one. Does that mean we have one? Maybe we do have something. 4:45 p.m. Oops, I went one ahead. It doesn't say when this occurred. The east side of Briar Road. Which way is east? Are you just assuming that this is standard standard compass directions? It's from this visual? Because it kind of doesn't say. Yeah, he is considering the scenario. You see something, but my only argument about this is like if the entrance was maybe this side, Yeah, that's alright, Danikon. I'll have a good think about it first. If the entrance was on this side, then he probably could have gone down Calabash Road. But I think they've already said the entrance is on the north side of it. Wish you could tell which books were dropped. What does the people thing say? Mr. Garodeb's wife, who poses as a household maid merely to keep up appearances in the neighborhood, he is in attendance today as a member of the jury. He shouldn't be. Retired army man who's the landlord of the lodgings rented by the defendant, Mr. Natsume. An old knee injury means he's confined to a chair most of the time. Olive green. Victim of this case who was found with a knife on in her back. Luckily the wound didn't prove fatal, but the woman remains unconscious in a hospital bed. Does the game predate Skyrim? No, it doesn't. Was there a Skyrim reference? Did he take an arrow to the knee? Old scholar sent to Britain by the Japanese government. To further his study of English, he is the defendant accused of attempted murder. Alright, we'll just keep pressing people. Probably just assuming knee references are a Skyrim reference at this point. I think if it's worded in the same way that Skyrim worded it, like, and then I took an arrow to the knee, like, or like a something to the knee, then it's probably not a Skyrim reference. Whatever's the matter, young man? You're the wife of Mr. Garodeb, aren't you? The landlord who rents Mr. Natsume's room. Natsume's room. The master's wife? Where do you get your ideas, sir? I'm the maid. The maid, you understand. She's keeping up that charade. Ugh, this is going to be awkward. Why didn't you mention this yesterday? That you'd been selected for the jury of this trial, I mean. Well, I was told not to mention it to anyone until the day of the trial, you see. It was in the letter I received. The instructions were very clear, so I'm afraid I had no choice. I see. Anyway, Mr. Natsume, the defendant, takes lodgings in your master's house, doesn't he? Yes, that's right. Although he's only been in a little over a week now. And in that time, surely you must have taken stock of his character. Does Mr. Natsume look like the kind of man who could commit a crime such as this? You don't want her to be sus? I think it's sus the fact she's here. Because, like, normally, like, if you have any kind of relation to the case, you're not allowed to be in the jury. And she has relations by living in the same building as this guy. Wasn't she also a relation to the witness? I'm not sure yet. Yeah, like, it's so sus she's here. Oh my goodness me, yes, he's just the sort. What? Spending all his time in that dark and dingy room, sporting that unscrupulous moustache. The man never speaks, and don't get me started on those shifty eyes. All the neighbors are talking about him. Like, that's the thing, is like, if you're in the jury, you can't have bias to anything. Like, you're meant to be unbiased, but she already is biased against him by knowing any kind of details about his living situations. Like, she shouldn't be here. I've heard them, you know. People think he must be building a bomb in there or something. Oh dear, poor Mr. Natsume. How could people say such things about him? He's just a harmless bookworm. Nothing more. Well, you just called him a worm, so... Anyway, better be careful about inviting this maid to speak. She said enough damning things already. But I don't know if they have that sort of rules in this era.
Hold it!
A man's life is on the line here, sir. This will take as long as it takes. Don't get clever with me now, son. My life's on the line too, and so's my family's. Ah. The likes of you wouldn't understand, but a laborer like me can't afford to take time off. If I don't work, I don't eat, and neither do my wife and kids. Oh, I see. That must be very hard. I go to the union every morning to find out what needs doing. If you're late and the work's taken, it's tough. Hey Arctic, how are you? How's lawyer game today? We just started. Well, we're in the middle of a chapter, but we just started for today. But it's going okay. This time of year, there's water and gas supply pipes bursting left, right, and center. They're after cheap labor to get the roads dug up and fix it. It's a hard slog from dawn till dusk, it is. So, you were out digging up the roads on the day of the incident as well, were you? That's right. In fact, I remember rightly. It was just around the corner from where it all happened. By that old bookshop it was. What? Another coincidence? That's right. Mearsham Street it was. Mearsham Street? Mearsham Street. On the map, Mr. Naruhodo, there are only 3 named streets. Potato bake. I'm so keen for that. Juror number 5, I need you to add that information to your formal statement, please. What's the point in that? Can't we just get this business over with? Please, sir, it's important. Fine, I'll do it then. Was it cooler today for you guys? It wasn't as bad today. On the day it happened, I was digging up Mearsham Street from dawn till dusk. Then he possibly could have seen him. He possibly could have seen him. Oh yeah, okay. I need to find 2 people contradicting each other. Bourbon book's not worth it, is it? Oh, okay. Ah, the street was out of service.
Objection.
Ah, whoa, okay. These 2 statements are clearly at odds with another. At odds, counsel? Explain yourself. Please don't point, it wasn't me, I swear. What? I just want to get this done and dusted. Well, juror number 3? Oh, me, sir? What do you mean? Juror number 5's words are just now are extremely significant. Let's take a moment to consider the implications of what's been said on our map of the local area. On the day in question, Mr. Natsume visited this bookshop to purchase a number of second-hand books. On the same day, we now know that there were works being carried out on Mearsham Street, making it impassable, which means that the defendant's route home could not have taken him along Mearsham Street and down Briar Road. Oh, yes, of course. What do you think, sir? Well, yes, you can't argue with that, really, can you? We must have had a good 2 yards or more of the pavement up. Every gentleman and gentlewoman that came along had to turn back and go the other way. So, the only conclusion is this. The defendant must have taken the longer route back to his lodgings. Yes, I suppose he must have. I suppose that must be right, eh? Juror number 3, you said the following. The man wouldn't have gone around to the houses on his way back from the bookshop. We see now that he had no choice. Yes. My lord, Mr. Judge, sir, if I may? Yes? I don't think it's in all good I don't think in all good conscience that I can say the man's guilty now. Yes, I'd like to see this trial continue so we can get to the bottom of what really happened. Yay! We got 2 of them. What about you, sir? Who, me? Well, alright then. If there's a hole in the prosecution's argument, it should be filled in, that's what I say. Yeah, it changes colors based on what their verdict is. Oh, well done, Mr. Naruhodo, that was wonderful. Well, we've managed to change a couple minds at least. It's strengthened our position somewhat. Yes, and it will prompt the other members of the jury to reconsider their stance as well. They'll be asking themselves if their current leanings are really right or not. Now, if only... If we could just identify one more clue or discrepancy that would make them stop doubting Mr. Natsume, we might be able to tip the balance completely. Yes, that's exactly what we've got to do. Van Zix is looking to bring this trial to an early conclusion. That's what we have to prevent, but whatever means we have at our disposal. Thank you, Council. On with the Summation examination, please. Yes, my lord. Ooh. I guess you gotta press them to get that information. Oh my gosh! Marigram! Thank you for the raid! Welcome, everyone! Marigram raid! How you doing, PSX boy? Welcome! Can we get a shout out, please? Oh, you were doing art! What were you making? I hope your stream was good. We are playing Ace Attorney. The great Ace Attorney. Yay, raid hype. You sad someone corrected you? What was corrected? Perspective studies. Oh, I'm not good at perspective. I hope it was I hope you learned some things. But yeah, thank you so much for the raid. I really appreciate it. I hope your stream was good. Your brain broke multiple times. Understandably. Yeah, perspective is not something that I've ever been good at. Perspective and backgrounds are like things that I don't touch. Has the objections? We have... I don't know if we've had an objection yet this stream. We're only 40 minutes in. We're only 40 minutes in. We'll probably get one soon. Triumphant moments, then low moments. Never seen this game played. You're so excited. So this is the one that recently came out this year. It's like it's a prequel to the original Ace Attorney series. Like it's a spin-off prequel thing. It's based in like late 1800s. It's very different, but I'm enjoying it so far. It's been fun. We are on the 4th case, I think. Yeah, so we're a bit into it. But yeah, so if you are planning on playing it, you might get some spoilers, but we're kind of just in the middle of a court segment at the moment. Yeah. Alright. Could have only been the victim. We'll press that. You're right, at the time of the incident, the defendant admits to having seen someone wearing a green overcoat walking ahead of him. Well, quite, that's precisely my point. Clearly, that someone wearing green was the victim. And clearly, that funny little... oh god. With the disturbing mustache is the culprit. Yeah. Let's not forget, madame, the defendant vehemently denies attacking the woman. Why, of course he does. He admits to stabbing her. His life is over. The man is obviously a liver-faced coward, honestly, claiming the woman simply collapsed before his eyes. If that's a lie as you're suggesting, do you not think he would have concocted something more credible? Oh, I really couldn't say. After all, you are foreign. Oh god. Sorry. So we are a Japanese person in Great Britain, and everyone's very quite racist to us. Just giving a warning to anyone who might be uncomfortable by that. It certainly makes me uncomfortable. Yeah. Just to new raiders coming in, that this is something that goes on. I really couldn't say. After all, you're foreign. Who's to say what... oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Devlin, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome. How was your stream? Welcome, welcome. Willow Mancy, hello, how are you? Night Creep TV, how are you? Welcome everyone. It was good? Oh, thank you for following Night Creep. Yeah, I'm doing well, thank you. I'm playing some Ace Attorney, having a good vibe. Been fun. Yeah, welcome. How was your stream? You're playing New World. How was that? You love good vibes? Nice. I'm cute. Aw. Aw. You'll make me blush. It was good until started a new character for Stream Adventures. Nice! That's always fun. My stream last night, I started a new island on Animal Crossing, and it was really fun to play that on stream. So it's good to start new things and share it with people. Yeah. I hope it was good. Alright. I could tell what's going through my funny little mind right now, but you wouldn't like it. I do declare the man has already made the admission. He himself stated that there was nobody else around. Surely the conclusion is obvious. No one else could possibly have committed this awful crime. If no one else could have done it, the accused must be the man. Really, it couldn't be more simple. Ugh. It really was nice. Your argument is compelling in its simplicity, I must admit. Oh my, you're too kind, my lord. That went well for her. Okay, so I guess maybe we can't push her for anything. So in this Ace Attorney game, you have like a whole jury you have to like contradict against. Like try and prove their opinions, like swing their opinions in the opposite way. They've added some neat ideas in this game. Press this guy. He kind of doesn't really add anything. He might have something he wants to say. Sorry, fold it, you say. Fold what? No. What I said was hold it. What I wanted to ask was, do you visit your books often? I like the old books they have in there, yes. I enjoy reading them over a nice cup of tea. That's my daily routine, you see. Same thing every day, including the day you're talking about. He was in the area too! Oh my god, everyone's related to this case. This jury is all sus. And what was the time And what time did you visit your books on the day in question? Well, I was picking out books in there all afternoon, and it would have been just before 5 that I left. That's my daily routine, you see. Same thing every day, including the day you're talking about. Wait. Wait. Is this the guy? Is this the guy who was walking in front of our defendant? Because they're wearing a green jacket, and they said that they walked behind someone with a green jacket, and we just assumed it was the victim. Ah. That's my daily routine, you see. Same thing every day, including the day you're all talking about. Just before 5, you say, exactly when the victim was attacked. You sure about the time? Oh yes, no mistake there. I remember it well. I'm not about to forget that day in a hurry. Not after the dreadful time I had. Did he fall over? What do you mean? Well, I was walking down Calabash Road when I slipped on the ice and donked my head. It's always worse after the snow stopped falling. That's when it's most slippery. Knocked myself clean out, I did. I really thought my number was up. Oh, wow. Let me get this straight. This happened on Calabash Road. That's right. I live in Cornpipe, you see. Heading down Calabash Road is the quickest way for me to get back to your books. Juror number 6, I must insist that you add that information to your formal statement. It may very well be extremely significant. Sorry? Extremely sick? No, I'm quite right now. Extremely sick, dude. Your statement is fucking sick. I'm quite right now. You've changed two of the jurors' minds, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes, just 2 more to go. Deliver the finishing blow now. It's time to turn the tables here. Wish I knew how to do a Susato takedown. I suppose words will have to suffice for now. Fully sick. Alright. Woman in green. Okay, so we'll pit this woman against this guy.
Objection!
Yeah! These 2 statements clearly show a flaw in the juror's reasoning. A flaw? What are you talking about, counsel? Well, juror number 2, juror number 6. Whatever do you mean, sir? I think perhaps the old man didn't hear you. Unbelievable. It's not like I was loud or anything. Yeah, objection. You like his little beard? He looks like a little sweet man. There are at least one fact of which we can be sure here. The bookshop receipt found in the defendant's room clearly indicates that on the day of the attack, he had been to your books and purchased a number of secondhand titles. Then he returned home on foot. But the man says he has no recollection of his return journey. That's correct. But what he does remember is seeing someone appear in front of him on the way. Someone in a green overcoat who suddenly collapsed on the pavement before his eyes. You love this old guy? I like him too. Yes, we're well aware of this. The poor young woman who was stabbed, obviously.
Objection!
Objection! Can we really be sure of that, madame? Whatever do you mean? I'm sure you heard juror number 6's account on what happened to him that day. That same afternoon, there was somebody else apart from the victim who was wearing a green overcoat and who fell over on the icy streets in the neighborhood. Oh my. My goodness, you mean... That's right. I'm referring, of course, to hard of hearing juror number 6. Are you really suggesting that the person in the green overcoat whom the defendant saw collapse in front of his eyes was the jolly old gentleman at the end of the bench here with me today? That's entirely possible, yes. After all, the old man has a somewhat similar build to the victim. Well, look at that. My goodness me. Sorry, you need to be. Need to kiss. E. And crucially, we know precisely where the old man in the green overcoat fell. On Calabash Road. Therefore, if the person who Mr. Natsume saw collapsing in front of him was in fact juror number 6, it means the defendant must have taken the long route back to his lodgings. And if that's true, then clearly the crime scene on Briar Road where the woman was stabbed was not on his way home. I'm going to assume that the books on the ground surrounding the victim are not the books on the receipt as well. We'll find that out later. You idiot old man, if you hadn't been so daft to have been roaming out there, we'd have boxed this off hours ago. And really, what are you thinking wearing such a befuddling coat? What'd you say to me? Is it a crime for the elderly to walk the streets these days? Is it a crime to slip over on the ice? Is it a crime to keep up with the latest styles and wear a beautiful green overcoat? Is it? He is trendy. My lord, I do hope it won't cause any convenience, but... You'd like to change your leaning, I presume. I do declare that I would. I would like to call for a verdict of not guilty. Thank you. Bumfluff brought me my food. I'll have to have a break in a sec. Thank you. And I would too. What? Is it a crime to change your mind? Is it? Well... What's for dinner? We have some potato bake and some nuggets. Well, that Summation examination has concluded with a rather large shift in opinion. Nuggies and potato bake. You're coming over! The A's to the no's 4, so the no's have it. Not guilty, they say. Which means we no longer have consensus among the members of the jury. Bring some leftover ginger chicken noodle soup? Whoa. The trial will continue.
Objection!
Big objection. I hate this guy. Could it seem churlish of me to drink from my hallowed chalice moments after raising an objection? Van fuckwit. Only to crush it in disgust? Pray forgive the discourtesy. Lord Van Zeeks? It seems I must retract my earlier remark. What do you mean? I mistakenly credited these jurors with intelligence by describing them as insightful. Yet we have just witnessed them falling for a cheap trick performed by an Eastern entertainer. I hate you! Whatever do you mean?
Objection!
I haven't tricked anyone. Everything I've said is the truth. Indeed. Stalwart juror number 5 was undoubtedly repairing the road, as he claims. I believe he said it was a good 2 yards of the pavement which he had excavated, sir. That's right, it took me a whole day and they paid me measly 2pence for it. Yeah, all of the objections now. Now, my learned Nipponese friend, tell me. Do you have any notion of the distance that 2 yards represents? Well, if I'm honest, I don't have a clue, no. 2 yards is a little less than 2 meters. Less than 2 meters? That's not much at all. In other words, a distance readily vaulted by anyone of moderate vigor. But the guy already said that he already turned away a bunch of people, saying go the other way. Would you not agree, my stalwart friend? Me? Well, I can't say you're wrong, no. What? And did you perchance erect a sign to prevent pedestrians from passing the site on your works? I wouldn't dream of it. What a waste of time. No coaches would have hoped passing by anyway, and we just turn the gentlefolk back when they come. Kids just jump right over us all the time. The accused is no gentleman as far as I can see. I have a little doubt, however, that he could spring over a 2-yard trench in his meanderings around town. Ah. Is that true, is it? The I don't know. Truth it is that the books just purchased by the accused were found at the scene. And no doubt that on his way back from the lodgings, Mr. Natsume walked down Briar Road. Crushed in a single sentence. So they confirmed his books were his. Damn it. End, old man. Cold man, you can talk. You say that around 5 o'clock on the day in question you slipped and fell on Calabash Road. Pray, was there a suspicious-looking Nipponese behind you at all times? Oh, I, can't say as I remember. You don't remember? How about a wager, my learned friend? You say it was this old man that the accused saw, but I would lay 1,000 to 1 against you being able to prove it. Ah. Oh, I don't like that. The construction worker already said that they turned away people who came. Yeah. Order, order. Lord Van Zeeks, explain yourself. My lord? You had such a trenchant argument up your sleeves. Dropping the like and heading to bed. Have a great night. Thanks so much for dropping by. I really appreciate it. And you have a good sleep. Have a good rest. It's kind of bullshit, yeah. You like Judgy Wudgy is siding with us though, yeah. Why in the world did you not prefer it during the Summation examination? I wanted to give this young foreign student the sightseeing experience he no doubt came for. I wanted him to see for himself how the opinion of the jury is so readily swayed. But my hospitality has its limits, and they have been reached, I feel. he took off his coat. Things are getting serious now. So, my learned friend, today's sightseeing tour of London is now over. What? What are you talking about? My lord? The prosecution requests permission to call its next witness to the stand. Granted. Bailiff, bring forth the witness. Its next witness? Mr. Naruhodo, do you not remember? We've been told on several occasions that we're eyewitnesses to the incident. Yes, I remember, one of them being a Scotland Yard policeman, no less. I'm afraid that's likely to be the prosecution's next witness. Alright, no matter who Van Zieks brings to the stand as his witness, and no matter what they say, I believe in Soseki-san. I know he's innocent, and I'll keep believing to the end, until this battle is over. Is that a chapter end? Oh no. Alright, I'm gonna have a very quick break and eat my food. Alright. Everyone go have a stretch while I'm eating. I'll be a couple minutes. Alright, we're back. Alright, I'm back. Oops. I'm back. Food was good. Some nuggies and potato bake. Witnesses, please state your names and occupations for the court. Welcome back, thank you. Oh, he's munching on his hat strap. Constable Royal Beats, sir. Nothing to report on the streets, sir. Aww. And I'm Mrs. Beat. Patricia's my name. I'm proud to say I'm this young town hero's wife. Aww. What's the story here? Well, in truth, we've not been married long. In fact, we celebrated our first anniversary only the other day. Hey Nova, how are you? Why do we hate Danny Van? Because he's a racist. He's horrible. We don't like him anymore. We're cancelling him. No. It was your husband I was asking about. He seems tired. Hardly surprising. Whilst being an honourable occupation, patrolling the beat is the most demanding work in the world. Oh really? I'm sure I've never heard that before, actually. Indeed, apart from the... What was that bonk for? Was that to Nova? Indeed, apart from the rare days off, our gallant officers trudge some 20 miles a day, you know. They patrol boarding houses and pubs, collect taxes, survey the streets, check that meters are reading true, and they're responsible for keeping the streets clean, and lighting and extinguishing our streetlights. There are a number of items on that list that don't sound much like policing duties at all. Wouldn't it just be falling asleep? I wouldn't just be falling asleep on my feet, I'd have collapsed long ago. But it goes without saying that a policeman's primary duty is the apprehension of criminals. Even when he's off duty, a constable is expected to investigate and resolve any crimes on his beat. For the London Bobby, it's a man of honor. Oh, I love him. And a man of slumber. In the day in question, this man and his wife were walking down Briar Road in the opposite direction, and they witnessed the incident as it occurred. Is that not correct, Mr. and Mrs. Beat? That's right, sir. Isn't it, Raleigh? He's a sleepy boy. Constable Royal Beat, sir. Nothing to report on the streets, sir. I don't think he's very attentive. I think Meeks is related, although he's more sleepy and Meeks is more enthusiastic. I don't know. What a great witness he's going to be. Very good. I'd like to hear your formal testimonies now, please. You will tell the court exactly what you saw on the afternoon of the incident. Aww. Yes, sir. Aww, so sleepy. What the witness saw. It was our wedding anniversary and Rolly was taking me out for a meal. There was no time to change after work. Anyway, two silhouettes appeared out in the fog in the pavement in front of us. All of a sudden, one of them just collapsed on the floor, then the other scattered something before running off. We ran straight over him, of course, and then went for help at a nearby police box. It was definitely that Japanese man in the dock. Rolly and I both saw him as clear as day. I'm pretty sure you just said it was in the fog. Well, this is extremely compelling testimony, I must say. Oh dear, this policeman and his wife are claiming to have positively identified Mr. Natsume at the scene. If their testimony is true, the alternative course of events is that you established in the summation examination will be quashed. It's death knell, in fact. Because that alternative was never viable in the first place. Yeah, right? What an unfortunate bechancing. Bechancing? And on your wedding anniversary too. Oh, I know. But I still managed to go out for the evening with my man. Thank the Lord for that. Gosh, the life of a London Bobby sounds very hard indeed. Indeed, however, its cross-examination will be over in minutes. You may well have time to rest this afternoon. What do you mean by that? My learned friend, the witnesses saw the face of the man fleeing the scene. They are testifying under oath that it was without a doubt the accused, Mr. Soseki Natsume. Yeah, she kind of looks like she could have a meltdown. And one of these witnesses is a policeman, no less, so I appreciate the gravity of the situation. You appreciate the gravity of the situation, I'm sure. You think she's stinky? Except that the man's so tired, his wife has to do all the talking. Enough preamble. Counsel for the defense, commence your cross-examination, please. Yes, my lord. What the witnesses saw. It was our wedding anniversary and Rolly was taking me out for a meal. There was no time to change after work. Anyway, two silhouettes appeared out of the fog in the pavement in front of us. All of a sudden, one of them just collapsed on the floor, the other scattered something before running off. He ran straight over, of course, and they went for help at the nearby police box. It was definitely that Japanese man. Alright, we'll press that one.
Hold it!
But surely you wouldn't have been able to see his face by the light of the gas street lamps, would you? We absolutely could. Us Londoners have exceptional eyesight, you know. I'll have you know. Right. The light from the street lamp was more than enough. She is super mean. And my husband already told you that the fog was only light, didn't he? He didn't say anything. Ah, yes, and what of the fog? We're famous for it all across the globe, I believe. But it's an absolute menace to those of us who have to live with it, of course. Oh, it is. It is. When it's thick, you can't even see the hand at the end of your own arm. Yes, alright, I take your point. Now, could you stop shaking your husband about? The constant fogs makes our eyes very sharp, you see. That's why we can tell you for sure and certain that it was that little Japanese man we saw. Can't we, darling? What? Ah, yes. It was the accused, no mistake. The moustache, the hunchback, the cat-like eyes, the taut mouth, the snub nose. Unmistakable, sir. As far as this couple's testimony is concerned, there can't be any question. You can't trust the suspiciously sweet-looking characters? Yeah. It was Soseki-san that they saw running away from the scene of the crime. But that's it, is it? That's their entire testimony? What do you think, Mr. Naruhodo? Well, I hate to admit it, but on hearing the testimony, it really does seem though Mr. and Mrs. Beats saw what they saw that day. I think I just added words to that, sorry. Mr. Natsume running away from the scene on Briar Road that day. Yes, I feel the same. So if that's true, where does it leave us? The members of the jury are sure to call for a guilty verdict after this testimony. Oh no, then what do we do? If Kazuma-sama were here. What are you trying to say? I think you would try and find a contradiction somewhere else within their testimony. What do you mean, somewhere else? The statement about seeing Mr. Natsume is unequivocal. Holding that into question won't help. But if you could identify some other part of their testimony which appears to contradict the facts. You might be able to discredit them to make the jury doubt if the pair's memory of that day is accurate. Oh, right. Put simply, we must focus on finding a discrepancy in these statements somewhere. If we don't, I'm afraid the trial may reach an early and unfavorable conclusion. Why do I always seem to be so up against it? Sister must protect. I love her. Alright, what things do we have? Two silhouettes appeared in the fog in the pavement in front of us. All of a sudden, one of them collapsed on the floor, then the other scattered something before running off.
Hold it!
We'll see what they say he scattered. Scattered something? What do you mean by that? Oh, well, I couldn't quite make out what it was at the time. But then we got closer, we realized what it was. Didn't we, darling? What? Yes, that's right. It was some old books. I see, old books. Yes, sir, the culprit had dropped a number of them, all around where the victim lay on the pavement. Indeed, it's clearly pictured in this photographic print. That rotten Japanese man did when he did the deed. But everyone is horrible. I don't like it. Let's not forget that remains to be established that the defendant was indeed the attacker. But we saw him. It was the man on the dock without question, sir. Mustache, the hunched back, the cat-like eyes, the taut mouth, the snub nose, everything. Any more insults you want to throw in? That's right. He looked down on the poor, defenseless woman with those intense, terrifying intense eyes, and then suddenly threw his books on the pavement and ran away. I see. This is tough. They seem as though they're telling the truth here. I remember the court. May I remind the court that this unambiguous testimony comes from a policeman and his wife. Now please, continue. Yes, sir. Straight over them for help at the nearby police box. My brain no worky. Both Rolly and I saw him clear as day. Fuck. There is a contradiction here apparently, but... I guess we'll just press everything maybe.
Hold it!
Two silhouettes. That's right, they were coming towards us, walking up Briar Road in the opposite direction. There was a rather plump figure, followed by a scrawny, thin-looking man. That does sound exactly like the victim is pictured in this print, unlike Mr. Natsume. Yes, unfortunately it does. You're certain that at the time there was nobody else nearby? Yes, quite certain. It was dark, but there are streetlights on Briar Road, you see. There was nobody else around at all. Isn't that right, darling? What? Yes, that's right. Of course. There was a light fog on the ground. But Briar Road is dead straight, and you could see fairly long way down the pavement. And then there was street lighting as well. I didn't see any other pedestrians. Before sleep takes a firm hold, your answer please, Mr. B. Are you quite sure of what you've just said? Yes, sir. As a copper who spends all day every day keeping watch of the streets, I swear to it, sir. As I'm sure as my love for Patricia is true. Oh, Pat. Oh, Rolly. I'm still maintaining that there was no one else around other than the victim and the attacker. It's starting to seem like it must be how it really happened. Beginning to seem like there's nowhere to turn. Well, that didn't stop Mr. Natsume, did it? He fled the scene all too convincingly. Thank you. I believe I have reasonably clear idea of the situation just before the incident now. What happened in the crucial moments that followed. We've pressed that one.
Hold it!
Was it your husband who went to fetch help? No, I went. I may not be a police officer myself, but I am the proud wife of one after all. Isn't that right, my darling? What? Ah, yes, that's right. I asked Miss Beat to go. I was off duty by that point. But a Bobby's never truly off duty, of course, so I felt obliged to stay and guard the scene. Very laudable, Mr. Beat. Preserving the scene of a crime is a task of considerable importance. That's why I sent Patricia, you see. I told her where to find the right police box. Forgive my ignorance, but what do you mean exactly by the right police box? Depends on a crime's location, you see, as to who deals with it. Where the woman was stabbed wasn't actually on my beat. So I told Patricia the way to the police box for the beat the incident fell under so she could go and report. I ran there as quickly as I could and asked for help from the Bobby on duty. There's nothing more potent than a young couple in love working together, you know. And thanks to your swift response, the case was quickly resolved, the actions of two model citizens. Oh please, you're making us blush. Isn't he, darling? Yes, sir. What Patricia said, sir. Let's move on, shall we? Damn, they're not adding anything to the testimony. Okay, it's just the first one I've not pressed, I think.
Hold it!
No time to change after work, you say? Are you also a member of the police, Miss Beat? Oh no, sadly not. It's a job for strapping young men only. Women, children, and the elderly can't even apply. Well, I think you can probably see why children and the elderly can't do the job, can't you? I think Rolly looks so ever handsome in his uniform, it suits you down to the ground, doesn't it, darling? Excuse me. Choking on air. Have some water. What? I just finished my beat. Pat and I were heading back to the station. I was actually planning on getting changed there. Is he talking in his sleep? This is creepy. Oh no, Rolly, I much prefer you in uniform. Sometimes I don't recognize you when I see you in plain clothes. Oh dear, that doesn't seem healthy. Kindly adhere to the point. You were going for a meal after you had finished your beat for the day, correctly? That's right, sir. Yes, although I was fit to drop, to be honest, after spending the whole day on my feet. But policing is my life, sir. As long as I'm the proud owner of this, I'll serve my city and my queen to the end. What's that now? A warrant card, sir. Proof that I'm a London copper. It has the noble founding principles of the force written on it as a reminder to all us policemen of our sworn duty. To patrol the streets of London town and uphold the peace of the common man. Sir. And, for such a noble cause, I cover 20 miles every single day without fail, without a grumble. Because I know that the plodding of my boots is all Londoners need to hear to feel safe and secure. So, fighting crime doesn't appear to come into it then. But sir, just on that particular day, I was looking forward to celebrating my wedding anniversary. Miss Beat puts up a lot being married to a Bobby like me. I wanted to show my dear wife how much I care. Oh, Pat. Oh, Rolly. Oh, what a charming couple. Their young love is such a joy to behold. If a little over the top, perhaps? And then, kindly describe what happened next. Okay, so they didn't fucking add anything to their testimonies. Oh wait, here we go. What's this? Wait, has my tracking fucking stuffed up? My mouth still works. Hello? When did I break? Hello? I'm back. You think just now? Okay. Maybe like my camera went out of focus or something and lost me. I just covered it with my hand and I'm back. Mr. Lawyer, sir, can I ask you something? Oh, yes, of course. What is it? Well, you keep asking us all these questions about everything we've told you, so... It seems like you don't believe our testimony. Is that right? Is it? Well, out with it. What? No, no, no. Oh no, it's really not that at all. My husband's a policeman, remember? And I know what I saw. I remember every last detail. Everything. Like... Oh, I know. What about the books the man dropped? Here we go. Here's the fucking books. Yeah, the music. Been waiting for these books to come up. I could tell you the names of every single one I could. Every single one. And you dare question how reliable my testimony is. That will do, Miss B. No, I won't do it all. The Japanese lawyer has no idea what I'm capable of. If I ever decide to forgive him for insulting us, I don't think for a minute that Rolly will. I really didn't mean to cause offense. Please, put your husband's fists down. But perhaps you'd like the opportunity to supplement your testimony, Mrs. Beat. Might that appease you? Oh, thank you, my lord. It will settle things nicely. Wouldn't it, darling? He's a sleepy boy. I could even tell you the names of the 4 books he dropped at the scene.
Hold it!
Have a look. Yes, we know that there were books dropped at the scene of the crime, as you say. Those purchased by the accused at the nearby secondhand bookshop on the day in question. After I'd been to the police box for help, well, I decided to have a good look over the area for good measure. I'm a proud policewoman's wife, after all. I did it for Rolly. And? What was your husband doing at the time? Oh, he was lying face down in the snow, getting some well-deserved rest. He works ever so hard, you know. Ever so hard. Don't you, my darling? I love him. Let the poor boy sleep. Interesting way of guarding the scene of the crime. Well, Miss B, seeing as you're regaled the court with the tales of powers of recollection, would it be so kind as to recount the titles of the books you observed at the scene? I'd be happy to. Now, are you all listening? There was the picture of Monsieur somebody or other and what's it yearnings. Then there was a meal for someone, and the last one was definitely the thing gummy something. Wow, her power of recollection. You see? Yes, I see there are 1 or 2 holes in your memory. Oh well, they're along those lines, I'm quite sure. There are indeed books found at the scene with titles along those lines, as you put it. Well, what did I tell you? So you think it's very mean. I think it's very mean the way you've been implying that my testimony can't be trusted. Don't you agree, darling? He is Bagel. Anyone— oh my god, he's got a gun. He's got a fucking gun. Anyone who upsets my Patricia will have me to answer to. He doesn't have good fucking trigger safety discipline. What the fuck? Terrifying. Yes, she really is. So that's it, is it? That's the entire testimony. Oh yeah, we read this. This is Ace Attorney. Alright, so what are our books? Oh fuck, they are the books! Damn it! But there was a fourth book. Hang on, hold up. There was a fourth book. What's this? Oh fuck, I accidentally skipped it. Damn it! Ah! I go through it again. Sussy books. This one. I guess we can try and present the receipt. So, you're saying that there were 4 books? That's right, I remember all of them. The picture of Monsieur Somebody, What's It Yearnings, A Meal for Someone, and the Thingummy Something. I'm sorry, Mrs. Beat. But there's a fundamental flaw in that statement of yours. Oh no, what flaw? Simply that, at the scene of the crime, there were only 3 books, not 4. What? This is the receipt from the bookshop where the defendant bought his books. Your books? Yes, and it details Mr. Natsume's purchases that day. But as you can see, only 3 books are listed. Only 3? But no, that can't be. I remember seeing them. There were 4 books, I tell you. 4 dirty old books. Oh really? Have a good look at this photographic print of the scene of the crime. As you can clearly see from this evidence as well, there are only 3 books. But I just don't believe it. I saw them there, I swear it, I saw them. No, madame, I'm afraid your powers of observation cannot be relied upon. So it cannot be denied that though you say it was the defendant you saw, you could very well be mistaken. Oh no, oh no, oh no, oh no. No!
Objection!
It's plainly evident that it is your powers of deduction that cannot be relied upon, my learned Nipponese friend. What? What cannot be denied is that these 2 witnesses saw the accused running from the scene. The fact that you know very well you have no hope of disproving. Ah. So you've striven to avert attention from that dint of some inconsequential discrepancies. Hello Maho, how are you? Would that be fair? He sees right through me. But your plan has somewhat recoiled against you. What are you talking about? It's quite simple. Let me explain with a toast. To the policeman's wife. I keep saying policewoman. You're good? That's good. To the policeman's wife and her entirely accurate testimony in every respect. Oh. You see, the matter is not up for debate. At the scene on Briar Road, a total of 4 books were most definitely found.
Objection!
You have soup! Nice! How is Taxi? I'm doing well. I'm doing well. I'm very tired today, though. Kinda like a Sleepy Meeks? Yeah. I like him. What about the photographic print? It only shows 3 books. Quite right, only 3 can be seen in that print. That print? You mean to say... Allow me to present another, the one that shows the victim's hand. He's really fucking pulling shit out of his ass. Why does that book look like it's got a big munch out of it? I don't believe it. It's the 4th book. As you will observe, the The fourth book was hidden from view of the original print by the victim's torso. Diva was hungry. You've been lurking since you got home from the TV. Ah, I am on TV. You want to eat the book? Yummy. Order, order. There, you see? Look at that. Look. Yes. It's just like I said, isn't it, my darling? Yes, sir. Patricia's always right, sir. Let us study the receipt of the books purchased by the accused on the day in question. Mrs. Beat, the titles once again, if you please. Oh yes, of course. The picture of Monsieur somebody or other. Picture of Monsieur Lecoq. What's it yearnings? Canterbury yearnings. A meal for someone. A meal for Gabarol? Gabarol? I don't know. In fact. As the court has just heard, the witnesses remembers the book titles flawlessly, save for a few minor details. Hi Radio Demon, how are you? Miss Beat's powers of recollection can only be described as exceptional. Do you hear that, Rolly? The gentleman paid me a compliment. Yes, sir. Flawless, sir. Patricia is flawless. But there are only 3 books in the receipt, and Miss Beat mentioned 4. There's nothing surprising about that. Clearly, the 4th book is that which is shown in this photographic print. I'm sorry, Counsel, but does that not seem odd? Why should the 4th book be omitted from the receipt? It's not odd at all, my lord. You doing fine? Nice. As the photograph clearly shows, the 4th book was found on the victim's clutches. In other words, it belongs to the victim. The victim was holding her own book? I wonder, what became of that 4th book? Obviously, it wasn't overlooked by the investigation at the investigation office at Scotland Yard. Oh, thank you for the host. I have it here as evidence. Does it have a big munch out of it? Do we get to look at it? You will submit that and the aforementioned photographic print to the court, please, Counsel. My pleasure, my lord. Second crime scene photo has been entered into the court record. 4th book as well, yes. Lion's Pride. Monchy book. The prosecution rests. I have nothing further to add. What? You seem surprised, my learned friend. We should have a look what these things are first. The Lion's Pride. And... oh, it's fucking burnt. The house on the corner of Briar Road had that little fire. That's right. That's right. Everybody's hosting now. Bumfluff, thank you for the host. Oh, look at this. The book has been badly burnt. You're right. You'd never be able to read it in this state, especially not the latter pages. What a terrible waste. Judging from the scorched edges of the paper, I think the damage must have occurred very recently. Okay, so yeah, obviously it's from that house, which I reckon the fucking knife is from that house too. Maho, thank you for the host. And looks like someone put it in her hands. Judging from the scorched edges of the paper, I think the damage must have occurred very recently. A book recently damaged by fire. Why does that seem to raise a red flag with me? Because a fucking bookshelf was on fire in the room next to the fucking murder scene. You seem surprised, my learned friend. But your resistance until now has been in vain. Entertainingly, yes, but futile. The spurious longer route to the accused lodgings that you tried to establish in your summation examination. and the attempted discrediting of the witness's powers of recollection in your cross-examination. Futile? I walked right into this, didn't I? You see, everything we've said is true. Isn't that right, my darling? Yes, Pat. Marry me, Pat. Aw, he is a simp. So perhaps the ladies and gentlemen of the jury would like to reconsider their positions? Should the court waste any more time on this Nipponese travesty? Or is the decision you have to make all too apparent already? You have heard all the witnesses and seen all of the evidence. This trial has run its course. Mr. Naruhodo, I'm afraid we're in a terribly precarious position. I know, but if I fight back in the wrong way now, it could very well just make matters worse. Think, Ryunosuke, think. What do you do now? Oh god. I'm gonna save. I'm gonna save the game. We have not saved yet. We're going to raise an objection as well.
Objection!
I'm not done yet. No, my learned friend. It's over. The last cross-examination was your final chance to establish a credible defense, and you failed. It's a big mood. The die has been cast. There's no more room for debate. Well, it might be over as far as you're concerned, but I can't think of what to say. If I may, Lord Venzeeks, it seems somewhat boorish to close down the debate at this point. Your insignificant little Eastern Isle mate must be a lawless hole indeed. The lowly judicial assistant to have the audacity to intervene at a moment like this. Oh. Oh, do not be mean! Oh, I hate him. I hope he dies. I fucking hope he dies. I am, to my shame, still a very inexperienced lawyer. So you'll have to forgive me, but I consider my assistant's advice essential to her and her opinions invaluable. Mr. Naruhodo. No, Maho, we're cancelling him. He is cancelled. One of this land's great guiding principles is tolerance, so the court will hear you, madame. Go ahead, Mr. Susato, please. He took his cloak off, and I had to not go back to simping, but he is, yeah, he is, I hate him. I hate him. Very well, pray, what insight can you give us? We have all overlooked this matter, which you see, that you see fit to pursue further. Or what have we all overlooked? Well, the court has been presented with new evidence, but only after the last cross-examination finished. Yeah, Hosonaga is good though. I was sus on Venzeeks from the start. And you believe this new evidence warrants further examination, do you? Mr. Naruhodo, what do you think? It's just possible that this new evidence might be the decisive proof we've been waiting for. The judge is sure to ask the members of the jury to announce their learnings in a moment. And of course, he's sure to ask you to explain what the crucial piece of evidence is and why. So he must take this opportunity to examine the newly presented evidence as thoroughly as possible. Yes, I understand, and thank you, Miss Susato. This is it. Susato-san has managed to win us one last chance here. You're curious how sus he gets? Yeah. Can't let it go to waste. Well, the fact that, like, people seem to mysteriously die if he loses a case. Yep. Don't trust. Don't trust it. The defense wishes to present evidence, my lord. Very well. The defense may present one further piece of evidence. Evidence that apparently offers a profound insight into this case and has hitherto been overlooked. Well, I guess it's the fucking last book that's burnt. The evidence in question is what we can see from the newly presented photographic print of the crime scene. The fourth book, found in the victim's hand.
Objection!
Don't trust Strongheart? Yeah, I don't know. We've not seen a lot of him, but I think he'll come up again. We have already discussed the fourth book at length. Other than it being in the victim's grasp, at the time of the incident, no significance has been attached to it. Pursuing the matter further would be flagrant waste of the court's time, as you well know. Ah. Yes, I'm afraid, counsel, I must concur with the prosecution of this matter. When I afforded you this opportunity, you led the court to believe the evidence in question contained a hitherto undiscovered clue. So I must insist that you elaborate, counsel. You'll identify this clue at once. Do I make myself clear? Oh, yes, my lord. It's, Mr. Naruhodo. I believe the prosecution is trying to avoid a thorough examination of the evidence, which means you may very well be on the right track. Yes, I think you might be right. Sholmes is the only man we need. I love him. So, counsel, precisely where is the vital clue of this case, which the fourth book conceals? Why don't you fucking turn it over? It's been badly damaged by the fire so much that you couldn't read it anymore. That's right, it's such a pity. You see the flaking edges of burnt pages, Mr. Naruhodo? I think that's a sure sign that the damage occurred relatively recently. Yes, of book damage. We fucking read this, but we can't skip it again because it's at a different fucking screen. Present. Got it. I would ask the court to observe the back of the book in question. The back? What are you... Good gracious. It's been burnt to a crisp. So we have to ask ourselves, why was the victim clenching onto what is clearly an unreadable book? It's undeniably an extremely unnatural thing for her to be doing. I just realized they're sharing this scarf. That's really cute. Unnatural, you say? And what of it, my Nipponese friend? Oh. Were I to concede the point, if it bears no relation to this case, there's nothing to discuss. So, should I wish to assert that this fire damage is some veiled clue as to what happened that day? Pray, do enlighten us all. What truth does this charred book hide? Charred book. There's just one possibility here, which I can't quite bring myself to rule out. It's an outside chance, certainly, but it's worth a try. Alright, I'll explain my theory. Don't keep us waiting any longer then, counsel. Explain this theory of yours. What are you suggesting can ascertain for the fire damage this sorry tome has suffered? The shop that sold it, its owner, its content. Its owner. Because it's owned by the old guy. My lord, the burn on the back of this book reveals a startling truth about the book's owner. I beg your pardon? But we already know who the book belongs to. The victim was gripping it in her hand as he fell to the floor. After all, it's obviously hers. The question of how this book came to be in the victim's hand is yet to be answered. However, as to the questions of who the book really belongs to and where it originated, the defense has very credible answers. Good gracious, how can you possibly? Very well, I'll play along with this futile attempt to delay your inevitable demise. But do remember, the members of the jury may well burn you if your little gamble goes awry. Counsel, the defense's response here is very likely to influence the final outcome of the trial. So tell the court, who do you claim is the owner of this burnt book? There he is.
Take that!
The answer is the book belongs to the couple who own the house where the defendant has his lodgings. A certain Mr. and Mrs. Garadeb. The landlords? And whether this is some extraordinary coincidence or some kind of fate at work, I don't know, but... Of all the people in London, one of 6 chosen for the jury of this courtroom today is none other than Mrs. Garadeb herself. Oh my goodness. Me? I think you must be mistaken, sir. I'm not Mr. Garadeb's wife. I'm his maid. Things would be so much easier if you would just drop the pretense. Alright then, how about a simple question for you? Have you ever seen this book in Mr. Garadeb's house? I would never presume to know all the books he keeps, sir.
Objection!
This is outlandish behavior. This woman is the accused landlady, you say? You implicate this hardworking member of the public. You besmirch her without a shred of evidence. Your actions are unforgivable.
Objection!
This is not mere conjecture. The defense happens to know that on the day in question, at almost exactly the same time as the victim was stabbed in the pavement below, another incident was taking place in the room of the top floor of Mr. and Mrs. Garadeb's home. Let's fucking get him! Exactly, Denikin. Good lord, what sort of incident, counsel? A fire, my lord. Afraid to say it was, happened in the blink of an eye, you know. The whole place filled with smoke. Couldn't see a bolly thing. Didn't take long for the fire to spread, of course. The bolly furniture started going up as well. Worst of it is, I lost my favorite book called The Lion's Pride. That's right, he mentioned it specifically. Oh my god, Van Zeeks. He's angry. The Lion's Pride. By Jove, the very same title that's the subject of this debate. Oh dear me.
Objection!
This is risible? Risible? I don't know. All you've told the court is that a book by the same name was involved in a fire. In which case, it would be reasonable to assume that it was burnt to ashes. And entirely unreasonable to infer that it magically removed itself from the scene of the crime. Perhaps it would make more sense if I told you that the case of the fire was a marital discord. Without going into details, it appears that Mrs. Garadeb was considerably enraged. Apparently, she continued to attack Mr. Garadeb even amid the flames. Oh, how awful. I can't even imagine being so horrid to the one you love. Can you, Rolly? Absolutely not, sir. My Patricia would never raise a finger against me, sir. Pretty sure she was just like strangling you before. Had all my favorite novels in that case. But as soon as the fire got hold of them, that was it. Whoosh, up in smoke. Then the wife started hurling things at me. There was I, backed up against the window under a heavy enemy fire. Incendiary books coming 10 to the dozen. There'd be more books outside, I guess. But maybe she just got lucky and threw one. The man had his back up against the window and he had burning books thrown at him? Goodness gracious, are you suggesting that the book was thrown through the window and landed coincidentally at the scene of the crime?
Objection!
No. A thorough investigation of the surrounding area was conducted the very evening of the incident, and there is no report of the Garadeb's window pane being broken. That's quite true. We saw no signs of broken glass when we visited the Garadeb's household. But is it not conceivable that the window was open at the time in... Not even remotely. Let us not forget the season and the chilling weather that accompanies it. No Londoner would ever leave a window open in the middle of winter. Ah. Sussy Barker. Does the defense postulate this scenario in all seriousness, Council. Do you earnestly claim that the book found at the scene was a flaming projectile thrown by Mr. Garadeb's wife? I believe it's a possibility, my lord. That's quite enough. Well, I hope that everyone can see you for what you are now, you little foreign trickster. Fucking, I hate everyone. You call yourself a lawyer, but you're just a coward, a mean coward. Yeah, I fucking hate them. Really? Claiming that our little tiff set the whole neighborhood alight, honestly. Implying that I'm merely posing as a maid for appearance's sake. How could you? Nothing to do with this beastly case. Not any of it. All you've done is sully our family's name. No, I assure you, that was never my intention. Dragging an upstanding citizen's name through the mud simply to divert attention from your failing defense. I should box your ears, that's what I should do. It's utterly unforgivable. Everyone's fucking cursed in this game. Too right. Here we go. How long have we sat here now, listening to this Nipponese sprouting at his fancy foreign theories? But, think about it. At the end of the day, the only person who could possibly have stabbed the victim is that little hunchback with a moustache, and he ran away from the scene too. I do declare you're right. It's true. Yes, what did I tell you? Makes sense to me. Oh my gosh! Riri Asa! Thank you for the raid! Welcome! Welcome everyone! How was your stream? Hello Mishi Mello! Hello Toilet Regina! And Riri Asa, Murphy Lawson, Tay Tay the big guy, big gay. How are you guys? The prosecutor here is so hot. He is so cursed. We have decided to cancel him. Welcome everyone. You're playing Spiritfarer. How was it? I've heard good things about that game. Oh, you were also part of this raid, Diva. You have 2 taxis open. Whoa. Save the game? Thank you. I will. I will do that. Thank you. Mega wide. Whoops. That one. Thank you for the mega wide. We'll save. Spiritfarer was pretty chill. It was fun to play. Yeah, I've heard good things about it. Yeah, we're wide now. Yeah. Yeah, I hope your stream was good. And welcome everyone. We are playing the Great Ace Attorney. We're on, I think, the 4th case. Yeah, it's been good. Yeah, we don't like Van Zeeks. He's turned out to be racist, and everyone in this game is racist, and it's, yeah, makes us uncomfortable. But yeah, we are now canceling Van Zeeks. No simping allowed anymore. Yeah. But yeah, thank you so much for raiding in. Sorry, what's that? Well, it would appear that ladies and gentlemen of the jury are once again in full agreement. What is your position, Lord Van Zeeks? In truth, my lord, I feel these have been unnecessarily protracted proceedings. He's so hot, how could you be like this, Van Zeeks? Exactly! It's unfortunate. It's unfortunate we have to cancel him, but has to be done. But then, one must always exercise patience in order to save you the best vintage. No, wait. The mystery of the 4th book still hasn't been... Oh my god. You're in 2 minds. In one hand, it's historically accurate. Yeah. I guess that's the thing. Is like, yeah, but this is also an Ace Attorney game. They didn't need to include it. You know? Like, they didn't need to include it. Exactly, they could have not done it. saying that it's, oh, but it's historically accurate for the time. Oh, Toilet Regina, thank you so much for following. And thank you for the host as well. But yeah, like, this game is normally quite lighthearted. So bringing in something that can make a lot of people uncomfortable, and it's so unnecessary. Yeah, it's not vital to the story. Like, you can make it a point that he is foreign in this country and foreign to the laws and how things work here without the characters being straight off racist to him and making comments about his intellectual ability, his appearance and stuff like that. Like, you don't fucking need to do that. That's my complaint about it. It didn't need to be a serious... It didn't need to be as heavy-handed as it is. They certainly didn't need basically every side character also being racist. You gotta lurk because you need rest and you want to avoid spoilers. That's all good. Completely understand. Thank you so much for coming in with the raid. I really appreciate it. But yeah. Try not to get too held up onto it, but it's something that needs to be said, that it definitely is making a lot of people uncomfortable. And from what I heard is the fan translation wasn't as heavy-handed as this is. So I don't know if the Japanese version of the game included it to this extent, and the official translation is just, I don't know, either not caring about it, and maybe the fan translation was like tiptoed around it a bit more. Yeah, that's my complaint though, Nova, is like, yeah, it is accurate to the time period, but also this is an Ace Attorney game. It doesn't need to be that serious. Yeah. Alright, anyway. We'll try and be more lighthearted, but yeah, it's just, if it makes you uncomfortable, I very much apologize. I wish they didn't include it. I would be enjoying it a lot more if they didn't. If books are your predilection, my learned friends, study them on your own time. Gonna watch from the shadows while you get some noms. That's all good. Thank you so much for raiding in, and I hope you have some good noms. Kinda glad you didn't pick this up now. You don't think you could have gotten through it? Yeah. That's the thing, is like, yeah, I really love Ace Attorney, so it makes me very, very disappointed that they made it so heavy-handed in this game. Like, they didn't need to. It's so unnecessary. It's rather unnecessary and also sus if we really need to look at it in a retrospect, and so you'd rather not have it. Exactly. It's like, if this game was made like 20 years ago, 30 years ago or something, you would look at it in a retrospect kind of way. It's like, well, you know, times have changed, but this was translated and released this year. Like, it came out this year. Anyway. It's too over the top. Alright. Anyway. We'll try and be a little bit more lighthearted. It is a serious topic and needs to be said. Oh, that's enough wide taxi. I've set a 5-minute timer now because we were having wide taxi for a bit too long. Like, I'd forget about it and I'd just be wide forever. So yeah, 5 minutes is all we get. What? No forgive the discourtesy this time? In that case, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you will now state your individual decisions regarding the defendant's culpability of the court to hear. For the court to hear. Guilty.
Guilty. Guilty.
You must say Danny is cute.
Guilty.
No. Thank you for that unambiguous response. 3? Okay, Nova. Thank you. higher up in this model? I'm curious. Hang on, let me just go back for a second. No, I'm not. Okay, that's fine. I felt like I look higher up. That's alright. Where's me game? There we go. That's twice now. It's over. Mr. Naruhodo, don't give up. Miss Susato? Have you forgotten? The battle isn't over yet. You like outfit 3? I think this one is actually my favorite. Yeah, I'm glad people like it. I do like Taxi's like default design, but I think, I don't know, this one's cute and simple. You're not suggesting... Of course, the defense has the right to another Summation examination at this point. You could still convince the jurors to change their minds. You have one more chance. My lord, the defense asked to exercise the right to a Summation examination. You believe you still have tricks up your sleeve? I don't intend to trick anybody. I intend to uncover the truth. This is no time to be downcast. As long as there's a chance, I have to stay strong and determined. Let's go! Oh, we're fucking done with the chapter. Yay. I like how the witnesses are just still standing there, even though they're not in focus at the moment. I have considered the defense counsel's request for a further summation examination of the jury, and I have determined that the court must uphold the defense's judicial right to his procedure. So, counsel, you will now proceed with your second summation examination. I presume the jury is ready, Mr. Foreman. We are, my lord. Very good. In that case, I must ask each of you now to clearly and concisely for the court the grounds on which you find the defendant guilty of this crime. I do like this part. I think this is a neat addition to the game. The accused left behind evidence at the scene, didn't he? These books of his. Those 3 books of his. If there was some novel alternative explanation about how the victim was stabbed, I might reconsider. Even if the woman was throwing books, it can't be related to this crime if the window was closed, can it? Dearie me, it was only a little book, hardly life-threatening, even with a direct hit. Look, I just want to get this over with. If I don't bring home some pay tonight, I'll be in a tidy bit of trouble. Come to think of it, we've had a fire at home a while ago, and it gave me the sneezes. God, no one said anything good. Yes, considerably more tangible arguments from all members of the jury this time around. Yes, his argument is there was a fire and I sneezed. That's why he's guilty. With one notable exception, of course. Oh, yeah, that one. My learned student friend was unable to find a fault in the previous witness's testimony. So the court must accept the fact that he is indeed the accused seen fleeing from the scene. And moreover, he's gonna destroy his entire set of those glasses. What, you got like 6 of them? You're gonna have to go buy more, sir. No one else was even at the scene of the crime, to commit the crime. Well, if the eyewitnesses are correct, it would seem as if the conclusion is somewhat set in stone. You imagine his mum comes running out and pinches his ears? What? For breaking... Yeah, for breaking the glassware? Well, if the eyewitnesses are correct, it would seem as if the conclusion is somewhat set in stone. I fail to see how it can be argued any other way. That means, I'm afraid, that during the summation examination, it's essential that you establish some other tangible explanation for the facts. But how? What would even constitute a tangible explanation here? Isn't it obvious? Who stabbed the woman, and how? Those two details are all you need to provide. Simply give us a name and a method by which the attack was conducted. And there I was, thinking this might be hard. Mr. Naruhodo, you have to do it, otherwise this really will be where the trial ends. No pressure then. That's quite enough preamble. Proceed with the summation examination, please. I presume you are prepared, counsel? Oh, yes, my lord. Alright, Runosuke, focus your mind now. Slap. I do miss our husband, Diva. Clearly, the key to the summation examination is going to be juror number 4, the maid. Or should I say, Miss Garadeb? Mrs. Garadeb? We have a book that disappeared from the Garadeb's house while on the evening of the incident, and the 4th book found in the victim's hand. There must be a way to link the two. Yes, that's what we need to find. Using every technique we've learned in my short career so far, whatever it takes. Don't forget to keep an eye on Mrs. Garadeb and how she reacts, even to the things other people say. Ooh, okay. I love this baby boy. I love him. Look at him. I love him. The accused left behind evidence at the scene, didn't he? Those books of his. There was some novel alternative. Okay, I guess we'll press everything.
Hold it!
But as we know, there were 4 books, not 3. Well, what difference does it make? There's every possibility the 4th book, in fact, belongs to the defendant's landlord. Yes, that part I have a problem with. Sorry? Well, at the point the woman was stabbed, this landlord fellow was home, wasn't he? Enjoying a fiery scrap with his wife or something, you said. That's not exactly how I put it, no. Well, anyway, the point is, the fellow and his wife were somewhere else when it happened. I think that's what you call a strong alibi. So it couldn't have been the landlord who did it, which only leaves the Nipponese fellow. Honestly, I can't see what all this palaver's about. It's a done deal, isn't it? I suppose it is, since I have nothing witty left to say.
Hold it!
So, you might be willing to change your decision, you mean? Oh my, such a delight on your face. I'm afraid I shan't be swayed by emotion. Despite what you may think of me, I'm a very modern metropolitan and rational woman. Oh, you never wanted to go to England? Hubby wouldn't have died? I know. We should have failed our first case.
Excuse me.
If I may, juror number 3. Wait, I didn't mean to do that. I fucked up. Sorry. Did we finish the press on her?
Hold it!
Yeah, we didn't. That's great. If one reads the morning papers, it's all forgotten by tea time, isn't it? So why read them in the first place? You see, modern metropolitan. Why can't I pronounce that? I know the word. Metropolitan and rational thinking, wouldn't you say? And not at all extreme. As I see it, an overwhelmingly suspicious Japanese man has been implicated by an overwhelmingly strong testimony. So despite 1 or 2 minor puzzlements, I do declare that this man is overwhelmingly guilty. Modern metropolitan and rational logic, wouldn't you say? Overwhelmingly. But us modern gals are always delighted to embrace new fads, you know? So I'd be only too happy to consider an exciting new theory if you could come up with one. I'd be happy to do that too, if only I could. Let's do our very best not to disappoint the modern and metropolitan. I wish they'd stop fucking using that word because I can't pronounce it. Metropolitan young lady. Right, I'm glad you omitted rational there.
Hold it!
But what about the possibility that the window was open? What about it? I mean, there's just no way it could have been. How can you be so sure? Sorry, yawn. The prosecutor fellow over there said it earlier, didn't he? Winters in London are no joke. You don't want to invite that sort of cold indoors. So no, that window wasn't open. Us Londoners like sitting by the fire and staying warm, see? But you couldn't categorically state that the window wasn't open, could you? It just wasn't. They wouldn't have opened it. What's the point of even having windows, huh? Counsel, you will kindly refrain from childish bickering. Aww. Oh, sorry. Somehow I needed to show there's an undeniable possibility that the window was open. Because this young man isn't going to budge otherwise. Metropolitan? I don't know, it's just a weird word that I keep getting tongue-tied on. Dearie me, it was only a little book, hardly life-threatening. But that little book was on fire at the time, was it not? With flames of love, I'll have you know. There's really no such thing as a loving incendiary bomb. It is a dumb word. They fucking said it so many times as well. Well, he brought it up upon himself. He's playing with fire to betray a fiery love. Isn't it? Well, don't you agree? Oh, well, any kind of betrayal is certainly a bad thing, yes. But I think the argument might have arisen out of your misunderstanding, Miss Garadeb. Never mind that. The point is, we were just having a jovial little dispute, nothing more. And I won't have any more of these suggesting that it wasn't anything to do with this crime. Rather than try and pronounce it all together. Yeah. I try and sound it out, but it never sounds right. Right, well, we'll see about that. What about juror number 5? He doesn't seem to be turning a hair at Miss Garadeb's relentless onslaughts. It's almost as though he's used to it. What a gentle soul he is. He's used to her abuse. Why?
Hold it!
You have jelly in the fridge, Diva. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. That sounds good. You just want to get this over with. How can you sit here and say something like that? A man's future is at stake here. Well, him and me both, like I said before. What? I told you already, I'm a day laborer, aren't I? If I don't bring home some readies with me tonight, you'll find me floating face down in the Thames tomorrow morning. What? You heard me. My missus isn't one to mess about, you know. She can be fierce, believe me. Another shining example of marital bliss, then. A situation like this cropped up the other day. It was, well, do you know, it's funny. I can't quite remember. Sorry? It was too frightening, that's the thing. I must have blocked it out. Helpful. Wonder if Mr. Beat will ever be dragged into the Thames by his scarf. Don't even go there, Mr. Sito. There must be a way to jog his memory about this. Come to think of it, we've had a fire at home a while ago. It gave me sneezes.
Hold it!
Does that have anything to do with your decision about the defendant's culpability in this case? Sorry, what's that? You have to speak up, lad. Could you tell us more about that fire? It was last winter my grandchildren baked me a lovely cake on my birthday. It had 75 candles on the top, it did. What a sight to behold it was. You put candles on a cake? Was it supposed to be some kind of devil worship? Of course not, it was an angel cake to celebrate my birthday, obviously. It seems that's a common custom here in Great Britain, Mr. Naruhodo. Anyway, I mustered all my puff to blow them all out. Only I must have been blowing wrong somehow. The flames didn't go out, but the candles went flying all over the room. Furniture caught and everything went up, the whole place filled with smoke. Definitely sounds like devil worship to me. And by the sneezes, I presume you mean a cold. How did you catch a cold from a fire? What a fiasco it was. The grandchildren, bless them, threw water over me as they tried to put out the flames. And then, because the whole room had filled up with smoke, of course, we had to open the windows to clear it. The windows? The biting winter air rushed over me like the devil dancing on my grave, it did. Got a terrible cold from it. It put me in hospital for a while. I won't forget that birthday in a hurry. Yeah, his eyes are precious. I love him. I knew it was the devil worship all along. Something about this old man's story is playing on my mind for some reason. We need to demonstrate who, apart from Mr. Natsume, could have attacked the young woman on the street, as well as how he or she could have done it. Yes, but once again the jurors' statement are full of personal prejudice. A lot of them seem convinced that they're right, even in the face of logical arguments in the contrary. I think you're going to need to pit them against each other to force them to accept an alternative explanation. Yes. Don't necessarily need to find contradictions between their assertions, just connections might do the trick. Alright, I'll see what I can do. If anything stands out, I'll go for a strike. That's the spirit. Okay, we're gonna try and pit the, this guy against this old guy, because he said that the windows are open.
Objection!
These two jurors' statements clearly contradict one another. They don't, they just vaguely kind of match. They do? How exactly, counsel? Don't point at me again. I told you it wasn't me. Hmm? What's that you say? Speak up, lad. Speak up. Oh, did we actually fuck up? Juror number 3. Do you see? Oh, me? See what, sir? Did you hear juror number 6's account of his birthday celebrations last year? It seems, despite being a Londoner, he once opened his windows in the middle of winter. Well, yes, of course, because it was an emergency. I mean, obviously, if the room was filled with smoke from the fire, then you'd be mad not to open the... Oh. Exactly. On the day in question, at the time of the incident, there was a fire at the Garadeba household. Yeah, I like juror number 3. And Mr. Garadeb had the following to say about it. The whole place filled with the smoke.
Oh my.
Oh my. Oh, we're gonna fucking see what she has to say? What do you have to say, miss? She's chugging a drink.
Excuse me.
Excuse me. She's chug-jugging. E. Juror number 4, do you have something to say about that? Mrs. Garadeb. Oh dearie me. What is the meaning of this? How dare you imply that I'm hiding who I really am? It's imperative that you confirm something for the court. So please, it's time to drop the pretense now. But what is it? When the fire started in your house that day, did you or your husband open the window? What? I beg your pardon? What are you insinuating? The room would have been thick with smoke after the carpet and the bookcase caught fire as they did. In a situation like that, it's inconceivable that you wouldn't have opened the window. Hey Vito, how are you? And what if we did? Oh, alright then. Yes, you're right. Ooh, oh my gosh. Yawny. Getting yawny. Oh, alright then. Yes, you're right. My husband was frantically trying to open the window. Which can't have been easy since I continued to give him a justly deserved book battering. Even though your house was on fire? Oh, you never stop throwing until the anger subsides. It would be terribly bad for the nerves to do otherwise. Have some water. Woke up like 20 minutes ago, still feeling kind of trash. I hope you feel a little bit rested. I am getting tired myself. Of course, I should have realized. That's a significant step forward, Mr. Naruhodo. You've managed to establish that the window was open. We simply must have that added to Mrs. Garadeb's formal statement. She is cursed. I think she inadvertently killed someone. Now that you mention it, yes, the window was open at the time. I'd clearly forgotten, but it's true. Window could have been open when the woman was throwing books. I mean, it's definitely a possibility. Okay. Let's press her new statement.
Hold it!
The fourth book found at the scene of the crime shows a very obvious signs of fire damage. And the title of the book is The Lion's Pride. The same title, in fact, as the book that Mr. Garadeb told us he had been reading. You don't like Juror 3? Well, I really couldn't say. The day in question, did you or did you not throw at your husband the copy of The Lion's Pride that he had been reading? I did. Complete adamance that British people don't open their window because it's not a done thing, it's just childish. Yeah. I mean, it is understandable, it is winter kind of thing. It's like, there's kind of no logical reason why they probably would open it at like 5 PM in the evening in winter in London when there's snow. It was the first thing I could lay my hands on, so I held it straight at him. And now you come to mention it, yes. He was rather enjoying reading it, you're right. Why did you not reveal this information to the court from the outset? Oh my god, I'm so done with yawning. Because I couldn't, you insolent little man. I didn't remember. At times like that, you pick up and throw whatever you can lay your hands on. As well, you know. I really don't. I barely noticed I was throwing a book, much less the title of it. Oh, what do you have to say?
Excuse me.
What do you have to say? What is it, juror number 5? You know something? I've remembered what it was, the memory I'd blocked out. Ah. I was listening to what this granny was saying, brought it all flooding back. Who are you calling a granny, you cheeky devil? I'm Mrs. Garadeb, or the maid. I'll have you know. I'm Mrs. Garadeb, or the maid. The man doesn't even flinch. Please tell me that's not because he's so used to being hit all the time. It was about 2 weeks ago now. I'd just gotten back home after work, like... I put my hand in my pocket for the wages I'd just earned that day and nearly died. There was a hole. Every last penny had dropped out. Oh dear, what a disaster. You haven't heard the half of it, boy. Oh? The wife was cutting up some chicken at the time. I could hardly get the words out, but I told her straight. I've lost the day's wages, love. Next thing I knew, the blade was whistling past my ear, stuck into the wall next to me, it did. About an inch deep. Oh my gosh. No words, just terror. I could smell it then, you know, the god-awful stench of the Thames. I was sure that I was going to end up face down in the muddy banks that night, I can tell you. Now, that's a real disaster, isn't it? I'll never use the word lightly again. Anyway, the point I'm trying to make is this. When a woman loses their rag, they'll throw anything at you. Knives, hatchets, hammers, you name it. Mr. Naruhodo, you mustn't think that all women are so short-tempered and unrefined. No, I wasn't thinking that. Throwing household objects at people is, well, it's so uncivilized. At least attack with honor, use a bow or the like. What? Attack? Who are you gonna attack? Never mind. Anyway, this man's words could be rather significant, I think. Alright, we'll come back to the bow and arrow thing later, if I dare. Miss Susato is ready to murder. Okay, Winter Rage will hurl almost anything at you. How about we pit him against her? See what they have to say.
Hold it.
Nah, okay, you can't do that. Complete nonsense. All good. What? I'm a banker, don't forget. An educated man, there's no contradiction as far as I can see. Damn, okay. Quite so, Mr. Foreman, I will not permit a whimsical attack against the good members of the jury council. There's nothing whimsical about it. It's very important to listen carefully to every juror, Mr. Naruhodo. Then you can decide where the contradictions really lie, if there are any. Maybe we have to press this guy.
Hold it.
Your wife really threw a kitchen knife at you? That's right. She was chopping meat with it, had a tidy edge on it, I believe. Still, it's all memories, isn't it? It started with the smile she threw... It started with that smile she threw me when we were courting. And since then, the list of things she's thrown at me has grown along with our relationship. There's a cup, then a glass, then a pot, a kettle, a chair, a wardrobe, a cooker, a bathtub. Your wife must be even beefier than you. And things came to a head last week when she threw me right into the Thames. Still, she's not so bad when she's calmed down. She's a little sweetheart, really. I'm so happy for you. If you want to know what I think this whole idea of ladies first that we're all so obsessed with in this country was thought up by some clever lads who'd been tossed into the Thames a few too many times with their wives. That's a very interesting theory. What a terrible thought. On the face of it, this juror's statement just sounds like a really extreme anecdote. But I think it might turn out to be an extremely powerful weapon. A weapon I might be able to use to make the jurors accept an alternative explanation here. Okay, I think we pit this guy against this woman.
Objection.
Yeah. Those two statements clearly have a deep, significant connection. Good grief, you mean they don't contradict each other? Explain yourself, counsel, at once. Juror number 2, do you think perhaps that this could be one such novel alternative? Oh my, whatever do you mean? An alternative explanation as to how the victim was stabbed in the back. What are you talking about? We demonstrated that the 4th book, The Lion's Pride, that was found at the scene of the crime, originated in Mr. Garadeb's room on the top floor of his house. Therefore, it's equally possible that some other object besides the book could have found its way from the Garadeb household to the street below. I love when he walks around. He's got legs. He's got leggies. What's that now? After all, Mrs. Garadeb could have thrown any number of different objects at her husband. Isn't that right, juror number 4? What are you insinuating now, you little beanpole? I'm beginning to think that, ever since the true origins of this book came to light, perhaps she's had a feeling this might be what happened. Now listen here, you Eastern Galar. Fuck off. As the foreman of this jury, I demand a straight answer. You give us this yarn about some other object making its way out of the house, but what? What is it? I'm really taking a big gamble here. That's a bold accusation to make, but I haven't any real evidence to back it up. But I'm certain that at the very least this warrants further investigation. Alright, Mr. Foreman, I'll try and explain the defense's theory. The other object found its way from the Garadeb household to the scene of the crime was... Little knifey boy. Juror number 4, Mrs. Garadeb. What? What now? I must apologize in advance for this. But I need you to confirm something else for the court. This knife. Have you ever seen this knife before? Ah. Good lord, counsel, what are you doing? That's the weapon that was lodged into the victim's back, man. My lord, remember when the victim was attacked? Mr. and Mrs. Garadeb were on the throes of an argument. Mrs. Garadeb was hurling anything she could at her husband, who'd have been backed up against the window that had been opened to clear the smoke. And through which a book had sailed to land at the crime scene. You can't seriously believe that. The book was found in the victim's grasp. Hey Wild Rose, how are you? And hello Joe. Are you saying that it flew out of the window and across the street to land neatly in her hand? Huh? Even my missus hasn't got an aim like that. Yes, I admit that there are many details we don't yet understand, but that's the point. That's precisely why. We must not allow this trial to end, not right now. Oh my. Ah. Mrs. Garadeb, your answer, please. Have you seen this knife before or not? Oh, She died. My lord. I wish to change my decision. I'm a woman of my word, after all. Thank you, madame. Yes, I agree. I certainly didn't see this coming, but... I just don't think it would be right for this trial to come to an end now with so many unanswered questions. Mr. Foreman. I'd have to agree. Not that I think the granny did it, mind. Yes, you know what? I'm not quite happy about this at the moment either. All together now, ladies and gents. Old Santa guy's he's just vibing. He isn't even listening, he's checked out. Wait! We did it! We fucking, we swung the vote. I think he fell asleep. He's just checked out. We did it. Oh, congratulations, Mr. Naruhodo. Oops, I keep accidentally pressing that. So, as a result of the defense summation examination, a number of jurors' leanings have changed. You would check out too. 2 jurors called guilty against 4 now calling innocent. Accordingly, the opinion of this court is divided. And this trial will continue. Yeah. No, don't say that, Denikon. Now then, Lord Van Zieks, how does the prosecution wish to proceed? He is fucking getting sloshed. This trial is rapidly descending into a farce. Like a corked wine, the first 2 sips are bitter enough. Actually, no, he's not getting sloshed. He keeps fucking destroying his glasses. But what follows is so repugnant that it's good for nothing save the gutter. Someone farts in his glass. If I may, Lord Van Zieks, the defense has just put forward a credible alternative explanation for what happened. Credible? Is that your considered opinion, Mr. Foreman? The defense's argument is a joke to which I barely know how to respond, but let me start by insisting that you must all familiarize yourself better with the relative positions of those places been discussed. What do you mean by that? What's his angle this time? It should already be more apparent that between the crime scene and the Garadeb household runs a rather wide street, Briar Road. You hate him, Diva. Which means that the distance from the Garadeb's house to the scene is some, yes, 15 yards. Let me see. 15 yards. That's around 14 meters. 14 meters? Oh, that's a little farther than I imagined. As you ladies and gentlemen of the jury rightly noted as having pretentious significance, the fourth book was found in the victim's clutches. In other words, the smouldering book, wantonly hurled from by the lady of the house, travelled some 15 yards. To land on the opposite side of the road, neatly between the collapsed victim's fingers and thumb. Is that your final conclusion, my learned and deluded friend? And did the jackknife follow a near-identical trajectory to plunge into the middle of the victim's back? This fantasy is somewhat stretching the notion of having a bad day for the victim, I think. Even those pathetic serialized detective stories have more believable plots. But this is Ace Attorney, we can be as ridiculous as we want. There's nothing I can say to that. That prosecutor loves the sound of his own voice. It's Susato. Serialized detective stories are pathetic, are they? How dare he? She is mad. Maybe let's pick our battles here. My lord, might I be allowed to speak? As judicial assistant, you may speak for the defense. Yes, go ahead. The prosecution may consider the idea a fantasy, but what the defense has postulated was believed enough to persuade the jury to change its leaning. And as such, the court has a duty to explore this alternative explanation as thoroughly as possible. To that end, juror number 4, Miss Joan Garadeb, must be called to testify and submit to cross-examination. Saints alive! A cross-examination of a juror? Well, yeah, if she's possibly the murderer. Order, order, order. Well, this is highly irregular. It's unprecedented for a member of the jury to be summoned to the witness stand.
Objection!
Yeet. And unnecessary. Lord Van Zeeks. There are already witnesses in the stand whose testimony the defense may further cross-examine. If my learned friend's fossil theory has any truth in it, I have no idea if that word is right, then both a burning book and a jackknife must have flown through the sky before the culprit's eyes. And you must assume they would be able to testify accordingly. What say you, witnesses? Yes, sir. Constable Rowley Beat, reporting for duty, sir. Well? Good morning, officer. Sorry for dozing until now, sir. I haven't slept for a month on account of a villain who's appeared in my beat, sir. Oh, they are so heroic, those London bobbies. Patricia, my darling, I've been neglecting you, but no more. Oh, Rolly, my hero. You make me swoon. You love this jingle? Very well, I hereby reject the defense's request. Oh. And order the witnesses to the stand to testify again. State forthwith before the court any details pertaining to the defense's alternative explanation of the events. Yes, sir. He's still so sleepy. The case has nothing to do with Mr. and Mrs. Garadeb. Believe me, a London bobby is good for his word. You see, sir, the windows on the top floor of the Garadeb house are top-hinged casements. Obviously, if anything had been thrown out of the window, we would have seen it. I did leave the scene to go and fetch help, but my trusty Rolly here was to make sure nothing was disturbed. I hadn't taken my eyes off the crime scene for one moment, sir. Nothing strange to report on that front, sir. Well, this is quite startling. Top-hinged casement windows. The detail was not in the police report, Constable. Oh, he's doing the woo. He's doing the woo thing. Oh, I love him. Yes, sorry about that. I must have been a little drowsy, Hey Gerardo, how are you? You cannot excuse your sins with drowsiness every time, Constable. No, sir. Sorry, but... what exactly is a top-hinged casement window? And you... You cannot excuse your ignorance with such trite remarks, my learned friend. Currently at work. Oh no. I hope your shift goes well. Of course, sorry. I found it, Mr. Naruhodo. Cast your mind back to the windows in Mr. and Mrs. Garadeb's room. Alright, I'll try. The window opens in order to allow air to circulate inside the house. Oh my gosh, thank you for subscribing! Thank you so much. But it's a top-hinged casement window. It swings open along the upper edge, you see. I'm glad you've rectified your ignorance. A casement window's most prominent feature is its stay, a metal bar which prevents the window from being opened beyond a certain amount. It prevents it from opening? This is all news to me. Absolutely correct, sir. In other words, if a book or knife were to have been thrown through the open window, it would have clattered against the pane and fallen straight down to the pavement below. Yeah, I hope your time at work is alright. And I hope your shift goes quickly. No. You see, the problem then? Good. Your education in Windows is complete. There's never any possibility of either the book or the knife traveling 15 yards over the road. That is, unless the window pane had been shattered, something we've discounted already. That can't be. You see that, Rolly? That young Japanese man just collapsed in agony. Oh yes, my darling, I saw it. I saw how he crumbled before me. Oh, Rolly, you're so strong. How is this happening? I haven't even started the cross-examination yet. And already my argument's been destroyed. Counsel, if you could drag yourself upright again, the court awaits your cross-examination. Oh, poor boy. My lord. Oh good. Another desperate situation. Case has nothing to do with Mr. and Mr. Garadeb. Windows on the top floor of Garadeb house are top-hinged casements. Obviously, if anything had been thrown out of the window, we would have seen it. I did leave the scene to go fetch help, but my trusty Rolly here was to make sure nothing was disturbed. I'm gonna press on that because I think you fell asleep. Yes, you said you went to a nearby police box to fetch another officer, is that right? That's right, yes. If it had been on Rolly's beat, I would have known exactly where I was going, of course. Don't feel bad, my love. You can't be expected to know the location of every police box on every beat. So Rolly told me the way, only I sort of got a little lost on the way. Trisha, my darling, that's why I love you. Your terrible sense of direction is bewitching to me. Oh, Pat. Oh, Rolly. Oh, please. So, I suppose I was gone for about 15 minutes. But like I said, my Rolly was at the scene the whole time, making sure nothing was disturbed. I was off duty at the time, of course, but a true Bobby is never really off duty, sir. So he didn't fall asleep?
Hold it!
We'll press this one too. Nothing to report? That's correct, sir. I had my eyes wide open the entire time, never looked away for a second. No one else approached the scene and nothing was removed from it. I swear to that on the yard's honor, sir. Really? That That seems a little strange. Beg your pardon, sir? Strange, sir? Seems altogether regular to me. This burnt copy of the London's Pride was originally in the Garadeb household. So the question remains, how did it find its way into the hand of the victim? Can you shed any light on that, seeing as you were at the scene of the crime the entire time? He is sleepy. Aha! Could it be a different copy, sir? One that just happened to be burnt as well? Even if that were possible, why would the victim have been gripping into a book like that in her hand? As we can see from this photographic print, she had a bag over her shoulder. Well, sir, that book was in the lady's hand from the moment we arrived at the scene. Is that so? There's something about this statement that's not sitting right with me. The two mysteries of how that knife ended up in her back and how that book ended up in her hand. There must be some common thread between them. I'm so sorry, Mr. Naruhodo. I had no right to speak out. What do you mean? Fuck, I keep hitting that. I requested the cross-examination of Mrs. Garadeb without consulting you. Even if the judge did deny me. Oh, I see. Well, I agree with you. We do need a testimony from Mrs. Garadeb, if we're ever going to get to the truth of this matter. Do you really think so? Well, think about it. No matter how far it is across the road or how that window opens, Mr. Garadeb's book found its way to the scene of the crime somehow, didn't it? You're right. And then there was Mrs. Garadeb's reaction to me showing her that knife. The woman's hiding something. I'm sure of it. You're right again. We need to use this cross-examination to uncover more clues. We'll get to the bottom of this one way or another, I swear. Yes. Alright, what do we have? I don't think we have anything that actually connects them. Besides that this is possibly his copy of the book. Unless we can open it. Can we open the book? Does it have like his name in it or something? That would be neat. Let me see. It's a book entitled The Lion's Pride. I'm afraid I don't know any English literature at all. So it wouldn't be something I've heard. Wait a minute. The Lion's Pride. That's strange. I think I've heard that book by that name before. And very recently too. Title I recognize too, Mr. Naruhodo. I'd hoped that there'd be like a... You could open it and find like a... To my dear husband, Mr. Garadeb. Windows on the top floor of the Garadeb household are top hinged casements. I guess we'll just press on everything.
Hold it!
How can you say that for certain? Very good question, sir. And the answer is this. It has the noble founding principles of the force written on it as a reminder to all us policemen on our sworn duty. He showed us that before, didn't he? Did he? I can't say I remember. To patrol the streets of London town and uphold the peace of the common man, it's what the job's all about. And that's why I can stand here today beside my long-suffering wife and tell you Bobby's good for his word, while rubbing my tired eyes admittedly. Sir. Oh, Rolly, you're so manly. Of course I am, my darling Patricia. Oh, Pat. Oh, Rolly. No, none of this is what I meant. I meant, how can you say for certain that this case has nothing to do with Mr. and Mrs. Garadeb? Ah, I see, sir. You should have said earlier, sir. Yes, well, so could you answer the question? It was a waste of time then. Absolutely, sir. I will answer to my fullest abilities, sir. There's a surprising reason why Mr. and Mr. Garadeb's domestic dispute can't be related to this case. But before I get into that, sir, just one thing. Yes? Hang on, I'm having some water. Alright. I'd very much like you and all your countrymen to understand the great British institution of Scotland Yard. I hope you take back some tales of us London bobbies and how we uphold our guiding principles. I wasn't planning on going back just yet. I've only just arrived here. So, to that end, sir, I'd be happy to lend you my warrant card for your perusal. But I must warn you, you won't be able to get through it without shedding a few tears. Thank you. I'll try. Ooh, okay. So we got some new thing to look through. Small folding wallet that identifies London bobbies and contains the rules of conduct which they must adhere. Principles of policing. Item 1. A policeman will strive to preserve the peace within his allotted beat. Item 2. A patrolling officer is expected to walk 20 miles around his beat every day for the furtherance of community relations. Metropolitan police regulations. There's that fucking word again. Item 1. Any crimes fall under the jurisdiction of the beat in which they are discovered. Item 2. When a crime is discovered on his beat, a policeman must assist with initial investigations and help detectives. If anything had been thrown out the window, we would have seen it. God, I don't know. I guess we can try and press the other things. But we have this new thing. It must have something to do with her having to fetch help. Any crimes fall under the jurisdiction of the beat which they are discovered. When a crime is discovered on his beat, a policeman must assist with initial investigations and help detectives. Okay.
Hold it!
I mean, it wasn't on his beat, but we do know for a fact that they went to go for dinner afterwards, so maybe that will come up again. Yes, you said you went to a nearby police box to fetch another officer, is that right? That's right, yes. If it had been on Rolly's beat, I would have known exactly where I was going, of course. Don't feel bad, my love. You can't expect to know any- Oh, I've already pressed this one, haven't I? Have I? Yeah, I did. Lets me skip it. What about if we... Actually, let's save it. Save the game. We'll present it here. It might say that, like, you walk 20 miles a day and work very hard, you were tired.
Objection.
No. Fuck. Not sure. What about if we present it here?
Objection!
Nope. Damn, I don't fucking know. Fucking reload. We wasted too many things. Alright, fucking okay, we'll press these other things.
Hold it!
But according to my notes here, the sun had gone down already and it was dark. Oh, but Rolly and I were strolling around, gazing at the night sky and looking for our lucky star. Sorry? The star that will guide us to eternal happiness. Can't it guide you to answer the question? If a flaming book had cut across the sky in front of us, it would have lit up like a shooting star. And if I'd seen a shooting star, it would have made a wish upon it. Let Rolly be an inspector, I would have said, 3 times at least. Of course, what with the smog and everything, we couldn't actually see any stars. In short, are you trying to say that neither a book nor a knife crossed the sky before you? Yes, sir, that is correct, sir. As sure as the night sky in London is starless, sir. It certainly seems like they're telling the truth. And if we saw the poor woman fall to the ground, so we saw the poor woman fall to the ground, so we ran straight over to help her.
Hold it!
By which you mean they don't open fully, is that correct? Yes, sir. They're just there to allow a bit of air through the house, you see, so they're restricted to how much they open. And therefore, anything thrown out of the window from inside the room would simply strike the pane and fall onto the street directly below. For clarity, allow me to mark the map. Here is the location where objects would have fallen. Yes. Directly opposite the scene of the crime on the other side of the rather wide road. Would it have been so hard for somebody to mention this top-hinged casement thing before? Well, I have another question for you, Constable. And what would that be, sir? How do you even know? Why would you have any idea what sort of windows Mr. and Mrs. Garridub's house is furnished with? Ah, well, sir. That's very simple. You see, I helped with the investigation yesterday. Oh. What do you have to say?
Excuse me!
Do you have something to add, Miss Beat? Sorry. Excuse me. Sorry. Excuse me. You love that voice line? Yes, I love it too. Fucking loved it so much it made me fucking say it again. You look, well, delighted. Is there some particular reason for that? Oh, I was just remembering, that's all. We really were so lucky. Lucky? What do you mean? Well, of course, I feel terrible for the poor woman who was attacked. Don't misunderstand me, please. We were just so lucky it didn't happen upon Rolly's beat. It was so close, you see. Oh, I hadn't realized. Oh yes, that street, Briar Road. That's the boundary between Rolly's beat and the next one. Isn't that right, my love? Constable B. He's a sleepy boy, let him sleep. Oh, yes, that's right. That's the reason I was helping with my interviewing. That's the reason why I was helping with interviewing the occupants of the Garridub household yesterday. Their house is on my beat, you see, sir. That really was cutting it close then. Constable, I wonder if you could clarify something. I have an idea. What about if she was on that side of the road? if she was on his side of the beat, they wouldn't have been able to go to dinner. What about if they moved her body to the other side and being like, oh yes, it's not on my side. Means I don't need to investigate tonight. That would explain how something could have fallen on her from on that side. Constable, I wonder if you could clarify something. It does make a lot of sense, doesn't it? If the Garadeb household is on the beat, does that mean that the pavement next to it is as well? Outside Mr. Garadeb's house? Yes, ma'am. The pavement on that side of the road is part of my beat. I see, I was unaware of that. Just think, if the woman had been attacked just on the other side of Briar Road, we would never have been able to go for that meal. It's fucking, here it is! Exactly! Exactly! We would have never been able to go for that meal to celebrate our wedding anniversary. But that's the life of a Bobby after all. Extraordinary people, our Bobbies, tirelessly working for the benefit of all Londoners. That's fucked. Do you know what I think? I think it was the good Lord's way of rewarding my Rolly for all his hard work. Don't you think so, my darling? That must be it, Pat, my love. That must be it. I think perhaps we should make sure we have that information officially on record. Leave it to me, Mr. Naruhodo. I'll take care of it immediately. Case file information has been updated in the court record. It's distressing. I'm sorry, Diva. Yeah, I wonder if this is true. Now it's my turn, I think. Can I ask you something, please, Mr. Lawyer, sir? Oh, yes, of course. What is it? You're doubting us, aren't you? I can tell. What? I wasn't really. I mean, what is she doing? Please, just because I'm a woman doesn't make my testimony any less valuable. You might just see me as a wife of a policeman, but I'm a woman of my word, I am. I really don't remember ever suggesting that I doubted you. You hate her? No excuses. I don't want to hear it. My voice will be heard. My lord, you let me speak, won't you? Yes, Mrs. Beat. I will allow you to supplement your testimony if you so desire. Sometimes the path of the least resistance is the sage one. Sage one? You're hoping for once they weren't going to be cursed. It feels like no one is super innocent in these cases. Like, normally there is some bystanders who are like completely innocent, unrelated to the case. But I think everyone has turned out to be quite cursed in their own way. That was a very loud mutter. I heard that. A Japanese man thinks a policeman's wife's word counts for nothing, does he? Well, watch out, sir. I might let you get away with something like that, but my Rolly won't. Sorry, I kicked something. These ones feel a bit more sus than usual, yeah. Duly noted, Mrs. Beat. Please, I humbly ask you to continue. What could she possibly be about to say, I wonder? I know what I saw. My eyes never let me down. My sense of direction is a little off sometimes, though.
Hold it!
Mrs. B, nobody is questioning what you've told us. I saw it, I did. That evening, I saw it clearly. The little Eastern man with the whiskers and the funny curved back, slinking away from the scene. And I know what I didn't see as well. I didn't see any flaming books or knives flying through the sky. All very clear. You also mentioned something about having a poor sense of direction? Oh, yes, well, it's a little embarrassing, really. I always ended up on the wrong place when I've made arrangements to meet Rolly. He gets ever so cross. What do you have to say?
Excuse me.
Excuse me. Don't make me sneeze again. Constable Beat, is there a problem? No sir, no problem, sir. Did your wife's remark just now bring something to mind, perhaps? Oh, well, in a way, sir, yes, sir. I was just remembering that the same thing happened that evening is all. You mean Miss Beat lost her way on the night of the incident? Well, you see, I sent her off to find a police box in the next beat over from mine. But she was gone a fair bit longer than I was expecting. I thought she'd be back inside 10 minutes, but my darling was gone a good 15. Oh, Rolly, you're such a tease. The reason I was gone so long is because of the bouquet, silly. The bouquet? Sorry? What bouquet are you talking about? Oh, it was a present for our wedding anniversary. Rolly's so romantic. He saved up for it with farthings and pennies he found in the gutter while doing his rounds. Yes, how romantic. I'd forgotten all about it until just now. Had you, my darling? Ah. Oh yes. But that was just between us. Not talking about it to anyone else, darling. You have to promise... Really? Oh. What was that all about? Constable Beat looked very obviously troubled during the exchange. I'm afraid I can't offer any useful insight, Mr. Naruhodo. But I'm quite sure one thing. You have to ask Mrs. Beat about the bouquet. This is sus. Mrs. Beat, this bouquet you just mentioned. Did we see a bouquet on the crime scene? I can't remember, it's been so long since we've looked out there. I'd like you to add details about it to your testimony, please. Oh, really? Yes, I'd love to. I feel like I recall something like that. Maybe I'm bullshitting. What happened was, I dropped my bouquet and ended up losing my way for a while.
Hold it!
You mean you dropped your bouquet at the scene of the crime? Yes, that's right. I was so upset. When we ran over and saw it was a woman with a knife in her back, I was so shocked I dropped the bouquet Rolly gave me. It was in a dark spot where the street lamps weren't casting any light, so I didn't notice it first. And then he went to the police box to report the policeman whose beat it was on. Yes, and I came back to the scene together with the other constable, you see. That's when I spotted my bouquet again, but the funny thing was, when I went to pick it up, it was nowhere near the victim's body at all. He moved it, and she's just dumb. In case you need reminding, Mrs. Beat, the victim is not deceased. I was all flustered for a moment before I heard a voice calling me from the other side of the road. Your husband, presumably. He just wanted a rest. He didn't want to fucking do this all night. That's right, silly me. I've gone over the wrong side of the street. Although, I'm going to blame the bouquet this time. I can't think of how it got there, I really can't. This bouquet somehow moved from one side of Briar Road to the opposite. Curious indeed. Isn't it? But worst of it is, I forgot to pick the bouquet up again where I left it at the scene. That beautiful rose Rolly bought me, with a large change from the gutter he spent so long collecting. By bouquet, do you perhaps mean this sorry solitary rose? Oh, yes, that's it. That's the bouquet Rolly bought me for our anniversary, with odd bits of change he found in the gutter. Maybe just call it a rose. Tell us, Lord Venzeeks, where did you come by the flower? According to the report by the police officer in charge of the crime scene investigation, it was found on the edge of the pavement in front of the Garadeb household. In front of the Garadeb's house? Although, it wasn't noticed until the morning as it lay where the street lamps cast no light. It was believed to be no relevance to the case since it was found on the opposite side of the thoroughfare. Oh, thank you, sir. Thank you. Could I have it back now, please? No, I think for good measure this rose should be added to the court record as evidence. Oh. Aww. Present for Patricia beat from her husband Rolly. The shock of seeing the stab victim caused Miss Beat to drop the rose where she stood. But it's a symbol of our love. I want it back after the trial, do you hear me? I want it back. Good grief. Rest assured I shall do my very best to not forget, Mrs. Beat. Alright, I think because the fans are on now, like, we've been using the fans lately. We got lots of cat hair, so I keep choking on fucking air. Yeah. Like, my throat's not sore or anything, I just randomly something catches my throat and I'm just like, ugh. We've got to vacuum more, even though we vacuum, but there's just fucking cat hair everywhere. 2 cats is a lot of hair. And Glinny, like, yeah, double the hair, but Glinny sheds a lot now that we're coming into summer. There's a lot of fucking Glinny hair right now. Yeah, she's shedding a lot at the moment. Didn't take eye off the crime scene. What does it say? It's a very stylish paper the flower's wrapped in, isn't it? It's just an old newspaper, Mr. Naruhodo. Oh, I suppose it's because I'm not seeing an English print. It looks so exotic to me. Ah, I see. Is something wrong? Oh, no. I was just thinking that if you wrapped a stone-baked sweet potato in English newspaper, it might look like some sort of fancy cake. Ah, Susudo-san, you do love your cakes. I would like a baked sweet potato, please. An English rose. Such a beautiful flower. Ah, this is a rose, is it? I've never seen one before. Do you not take an interest in flowers, Mr. Naruhodo? I wouldn't say that exactly, but I do know 3 types at least. Gosh, 3? Yes, plum blossom, peach blossom, and cherry blossom. Perhaps you should consider branching out? On some that aren't fruit tree based, for example? Aww. I wish we could give this rose to our husband. The whole idea of an invisible attacker has been troubling me all along, but I believe I'm starting to get a picture of what really happened here now. The 4th book that had no business being at the scene of the crime made me sure that Mrs. Garadeb was hiding something from us. But it's becoming increasingly clear that someone else has been hiding something from us as well. I think I may already be armed with everything I need to strike a decisive blow here. This time, it's going to expose the whole truth about this mysterious affair. Ooh, do you think we're nearing the end then? Windows on the top floor. And commit the run-out window, would have seen it. He'd leave the scene to go fetch help, but trusty Rolly here was make sure nothing was disturbed. Took your bouquet and ended up losing your way for a while. We're gonna save the game. Guess we can try and present this.
Objection!
No? Fuck. Nothing strange to report. Let's try and present it here, maybe. I think that's pretty strange.
Objection.
Yeah. Yeah, I just presented it in the wrong spot. You claim, Constable Beat, there was nothing to report in the 15 or so minutes you were guarding the scene. But that cannot be. What do you mean to say? In your testimony just now, Mrs. Beat, you explained to the court that when you arrived back at the scene of the crime with the policeman assigned to that beat, the bouquet you had dropped in the victim's side was no longer anywhere nearby.
Objection.
Yes, on the opposite side of Briar Road to where the victim was attacked. But considering the size of that meager bouquet, if a single sorry bloom can be so described, no doubt it was blown to the wind across the street, back to the gutter where it belongs. Meager.
Objection.
But if that were the case, why did Constable Beat not testify to the fact? No one else approached the scene and nothing was removed from it. Constable Beat swore that on the Scotland Yard's honour. But the bouquet belonged to me, it has nothing to do with the case. That's why Rolly didn't mention it, I'm sure. No, because sadly, it's not only your bouquet we're talking about here. More than one thing in this case is mysteriously the wrong way around. What are you talking about? Think about it. Besides Mrs. Beat's bouquet, there's Mr. Garrideb's book. Mr. Garrideb's copy of The Lion's Pride, which was thrown out the window by his wife, would have struck a plane in the casement window and landed here on the west side of the street. And yet, it was actually found here on the opposite side of the road in the victim's hand. Meanwhile, according to the testimony we've heard, Mrs. Beat's bouquet should have been dropped here at the scene of the crime on the east side of the street. But in fact, it was actually found here on the opposite side of the road in front of Mr. and Mrs. Garrideb's house. There's no logical explanation for these things, unless somebody deliberately moved them. What are you trying to say? The way you're talking, it sounds like you think my Rolly's done something wrong. Don't listen to a word that scrawny lawyer says. Wittering on about books and bouquets. Why should we care? It's nitpicking, that's what it is. Oh good, Mrs. Garrideb's come round. You might call it nitpicking, Mrs. Garrideb. But deliberately meddling with the scene of the crime is a criminal offense. It's called, tampering, Mr. Naruhodo. But the person responsible for this tampering cannot admit to it, for a very subtle but compelling reason.
Objection.
Yeah, he woke up. He is angry. All this yelling in court. All these objections woke him up. Tampering. You've barely heard the term before. Tell us, my learned friend. Who would possibly have been caused to carry out such an elaborate deception? There was someone who tampered with the scene of the crime that evening. All the evidence and all the testimony points to that one particular person. Counsel, I must demand that you substantiate this conjecture. Who are you saying is responsible for tampering with the scene of the crime?
Take that!
Sorry, Rolly. I know you just wanted a nice night and a sleep. I don't know if he actually was asleep. Obviously, there's only one person it could have been. Constable Rolly Beat, it was you. What? A policeman? A member of Scotland Yard? What nonsense. Why would my Rolly do something like that? There's no one straighter than my husband. No Bobby works more tirelessly for the people of London. Mrs. B, you said in your testimony that your husband asked you to go on a nearby police box to fetch an officer on duty. 15 minutes that you're absent from the scene is the only opportunity anyone had to tamper with it. You're making it up. It's all nonsense. It's all lies. What about that Japanese man with the whiskers? I bet it was him. He did it.
Objection.
I feel sorry for him. Like, he didn't do the crime. Like, he didn't stab her, unless there's a thing that's going to be revealed. He just moved the body because he was tired and didn't want to deal with it. This is a whole fucking mood. If it was true, Constable Beat would have seen him do it. Yeah, she is still alive. He didn't leave her to die, though. He just moved her to the other side of the street. Oh. And forgive me for pointing out, but you dropped your bouquet, Mrs. Beat. It was after the defendant had fled the scene. Ah, well...
Objection!
First you make accusation about the landlord and his wife, now you incriminate the policeman as well. But your accusations lack one very important thing. You claim the crime scene was tampered with. There was only one reason you would commit such a reckless crime, to hide something. That's right, he's right. My husband and I just happened to be there, that's all. I don't know. That's the thing, is like, he may not have known she was still alive at the time. They've never said that. Like, he's never actually said that he knew she was still alive and stuff. But yeah. The thing is though, they still had to have one of them run off to get help from his beat, because he was actually off work, technically. So he needed assistance with another officer. It just happened to be that he decided that he wanted the night off. It is bad, but I feel sorry for him. I think it's a little bit... I think he's just in an unfortunate situation. He's overworked. I feel sorry for him in that way. Why should we have anything to hide? That doesn't make sense. You've offered no motive for this alleged tampering. And until you do, your accusations are nothing but empty threats. Constable Beat had a very good reason for wanting to tamper with the scene of the crime. That's the key to this entire affair. So Naruhodo, have you managed to solve this mystery? Yeah, exactly, Danny-kun. Like, I feel sorry for him, but he's still in the wrong. He's still gonna get arrested for it. He's still probably gonna lose his job for it. Like, he's in a more unfortunate situation because of his actions. But it's just unfortunate that he had to make that decision for himself. Counsel, you have made a very serious accusation against the London police officer. If you are mistaken, I'm sure I need not point out that your reputation as a lawyer will be irrevocably damaged. Irrevocably? Irrevocably? Okay, I don't know. With that stark warning in mind, you will now explain to the court the motive for the alleged tampering. Irrevocably? Yes, my lord. Here we go. You can't say it either? Yeah. Constable Beat's motive for tampering with the crime scene was to hide. Yeah, I don't use these words enough. Where the victim fell to the ground. That's what this Bobby had to cover up at all costs. What? Where the victim fell? You mean where she was attacked? What are you talking about? We told you at the very start, didn't we? On the pavement of Briar Road. We saw it happen, remember? It was right here, as if anyone didn't already know. Oh my god, I have the yawns. That's certainly what everyone had been led to believe. But in fact, that isn't where the victim was stabbed at all. What? What? I think when I'm reading, you're probably not breathing as properly, like when you're reading things out. And yawning is something to do with oxygen. So I feel like I only yawn during like streams where I'm reading things out. I'm beginning to wonder where this tumultuous I can't pronounce that. Trial will end, counsel. If that's your assertion, then the court is dying to know, my Nipponi's friend. Where are you proposing that the crime actually took place this evening? Yeah.
Take that!
Tumultuous. Ah. I think I understand. Yeah, Maho is good at sounding out words. But that's on the opposite side of the road. I don't understand. On the evening in question, Mr. Garadeb's book fell directly down from the open window above, and your bouquet, Mrs. B, never moved at all. What did move was the scene of the crime itself. Good gracious.
Objection!
Perhaps you haven't been listening to the ample testimony this court has heard. But these witnesses both saw the moment the attack took place. That's right, I saw it with my own eyes. It was 5 o'clock in the evening and already dark. There was a typical London fog on the ground. When you saw the incident unfold and ran to the victim's aid, that was actually on the west side of Briar Road. No one cares when Zeeks. No, that's not true. It can't have been. Constable Beat then arranged for you to be absent for a while by sending you for help. And during the 15 minutes you were away, he transplanted the crime scene. He moved all the things shown in this print, the victim herself, the 4 books. He moved everything, in fact, to the pavement on the east side of Briar Road. Extraordinary. But the constable overlooked one thing. What? What did he overlook? The bouquet, I presume. Exactly. The prosecution told the court just a few minutes ago about the discovery of the rose bouquet. Lord Van Zeek said it wasn't noticed until the morning as it lay where the street lamps cast no light. Yes, it couldn't be seen in the dark, obviously. Which is why it was only the bouquet that was found in its original position on the pavement on the west side of Briar Road. And that is the defendant's theory about what really happened that evening. How do you respond? Constable Rollybeat. Well, I'm very sorry. I didn't mean to nod off again. But I haven't slept properly in a month. Did I miss anything important? Oh, Rolly. It isn't true, is it? What the lawyer just said? What the lawyer said is all lies, isn't it? I know it is, because you're the most upstanding righteous man I know. I had a dream, a terrible dream. All the things I did that night. Everything come out, everything exposed. Only it seems it wasn't a dream at all. Good golly good. Good golly. Order, order, order. What on earth is the meaning of this? Oh, Rolly, why? Why would you do something like this? Moving a corpse is criminal offense, isn't it? Wishing the victim dead should be one too. Constable, explain yourself. Why would you do this? As a respected member of Scotland Yard, your duty is to protect the good people of London town. I can't say, sir. What? I really am ever so sorry about all this. For damaging the Yard's reputation, for everything. I have a possible explanation for why, on that particular evening, Constable Beat felt compelled to move the scene of the crime. I can think of one reason. What? How could you possibly know? You, a foreigner, presuming to understand the mind of a Scotland Yard policeman. And yet, Lord Van Zeeks, it is this foreigner who has uncovered the startling truth of this matter thus far. I believe it would be beneficial to the court to hear this extraordinary young lawyer's theory. Yeah, fuck yeah, Judge! Counsel for the defense, if you please. Yes, my lord. Now then, I think you had better show us some evidence. At once, my lord. England, Japan. It makes no difference where you come from. Human emotions are the same. And I think I have a fairly good idea of the feelings behind this man's actions. What gives away the motive for Constable Beat's unthinkable actions? It's either the bouquet or the card saying that, like, it'd be the card because it says that, like, if it's on his side, he needs to do it. It'd be that one. Yeah. I realize that I'm a foreigner in this land and I've only just arrived from Japan. Which is why all this information about London's so-called bobbies is completely new to me. The judge in this game is definitely one of your favorites, especially this one. Yeah, I'm liking this judge. And Rip Rowley, it was nice knowing you. I've learned that, though honorable, patrolling the beat is the most demanding work in the world, for example. Keeping the peace, looking after the citizens on his beat in all kinds of ways. There's no doubt that the young Bobby is charged with a great deal to do each day, certainly. But for Constable Beat, the day in question was special. Special? How? On account of this bouquet, my lord. I think you probably could have submitted both of them. Would have been the right answer. Oh yes. It was our very first wedding anniversary. Constable Beat had worked so hard to be able to afford this simple gift for his wife, and was so looking forward to taking her out for a celebratory meal. When he and Miss Beat stumbled upon a crime along Briar Road. When he saw that shadow figure in the fog collapse on the pavement ahead of them. What must have gone through this man's mind? But sir, just on that particular day, I was looking forward to celebrating my wedding anniversary. Mrs. Beat put up with a lot, being married to a bobby like me. I wanted to show my dear wife how much I cared. This is the warrant card that Constable Beat offered to lend to me earlier. Inside, among the rules for patrolling policemen, it says, when a crime is discovered on his beat, a policeman must assist with initial investigations and help detectives. Aha! Constable Beat. Is that, or is that not the reason why you moved the whole scene of the crime that day? Yes. Everything you said, it's alright. We've literally just proved they did it. They committed crimes, Vito. They are sus. So that's it. It was all to do with the boundary of your beat. Oh. Exactly. To summarize, the incident actually occurred on Constable Beat's beat. Maybe his name is Beatty, but I'm just choosing not to pronounce the E. It could just be Beat, I don't know. Did you find our version of Gumshoe? No, we have our version of Gumshoe. Actually, we have two Gumshoes. We've got Inspector Hosonaga and we've got the guy who eats the fish and chips. Good gracious. Constable, do you realize the gravity of what you have done? It was the first time since I became a copper that I'd ever cursed God. Stay close to me, Pat. The criminal could still be lurking somewhere. As we ran over to the scene, I had every intention of doing my duty as a police officer. We've got to report this to the station as quickly as possible. But then, it dawned on me. I realized where we were, where the victim was lying, and what that meant for me. When a crime was discovered on his beat, a policeman must assist with initial investigations and help detectives. Why here? Why did it happen to be here? Or why did it happen here? And why tonight of all nights? No, don't say that, Diva. Why? It's a copper's job to guard the scene of the crime, so... I told Pat she'd have to go to the nearest police box and fetch whoever was on duty there. It was then, when I opened my mouth to speak. It just came out. I couldn't believe the words that were coming out of my own mouth. This is the beat next to mine, Pat. So you have to go to the police box that covers it. Turn right along Meersham Street and then... Aww. 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 I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Oh, Constable. I just wanted, just that one night, to take my Patricia out for dinner. Oh, Rolly. Just that one night. You knew that if the incident was on your beat, your evening of celebration would be ruined. And so you decided to move the entire crime scene outside your jurisdiction. Just across the street, to the east pavement of Briar Road, which falls under the neighbouring beat's care. You see, I thought... Well, I was sure that the victim was dead, you see. Yeah, that's what I thought. Like, they've never mentioned before that he knew she was alive and stuff like that. I beg your pardon? Oh, of course he did. Otherwise, my Rolly would never have left the poor woman on the freezing cold pavement. I see your meaning now. But God got me back from my sins, didn't he? That's why. That's why I missed the rose I bought for Pat. Oh no, Rolly, that was all my fault. I should have never dropped it in such a dark place. I'm so sorry, Rolly. And can you tell us, Constable? How many books did you move from one side of the road to the other in total? Hmm? Oh, 4 it was. Yes, sir. Definitely 4. 3 of them dropped by Mr. Natsume, and the 4th being the one that fell from the window upstairs on the Garadeb household, of course. But what made you place that book in the victim's hand? When all the others were scattered haphazardly around, I mean. Oh, well, sir. That's because that's how I found it. How you found it? What do you mean? When we first ran over to the scene, the victim was already holding the book. So when I moved everything, I made sure it was still in her hand. So you're sure this book, The Lion's Pride, sure that it was this book, The Lion's Pride, that the victim was holding? Yeah, he's definitely like, fucking, what's his name? Meekins. Yeah. Oh, sir, no doubt about it, sir. Interesting. The fourth book's information has been updated to the court record. I thought it was an open and shut case at the time, you see. There were only 2 people at the scene, and Pat and me both saw it happen. However, which way you look at it, he had to be the fellow who ran off. Who'd done it, I thought. Yeah, shut up, Vito. I couldn't see the harm, really. I didn't think moving it all over the road would make a jot of a difference. I suppose this is it for me now. I've had it. My lord. Yes, Lord Van Zeeks? I believe that concludes the cross-examination of the witnesses. Constable, you may withdraw. Yes, sir. Mr. Prosecutor, sir. What will become of my Rolly? What will happen to him? For now, you are free to go home. The police will contact you in due course. Please don't punish my husband. This was all my fault. It's because I'm always moaning at him for coming home late. Leave it now, Pat. Let's go home. I'm tired. Alright then, my love. One last thing, Constable. Sir? Let this be a lesson to you. In a criminal investigation, every detail matters, however insignificant it may seem to you. Says fucking Van Zeeks, who's always like to me, like, oh, that is so irrelevant, like, this has nothing to do with anything. Fuck you. Yes, sir. Carve that lesson into your mind. Oops, sorry, I hit the plate on my desk. And never again make the mistake of tampering with the scene of a crime. Ah, never again, sir? You mean to say... Leave, now. This trial is not yet over. Sir. Well, a quite startling revelation, I must say. Whoever thought of a third party transplanting the entire scene of the crime like that? Indeed, my lord. Nevertheless, there are some immutable facts here, principally that the accused, Mr. Soseki Natsume, is the only person who possibly could have committed this crime.
Objection.
No, I disagree. Now that we know the true scene of the incident, there is someone else. Another person who could be responsible for the knife in the victim's back. Forgive me for being so presumptuous, but I believe the prosecution is probably well aware of that possibility already. Lord Van Zeeks, is this true? He's so sus, I feel like if they didn't write him so cursed, we would have actually been more likable. Who, Van Zeeks? If Van Zeeks wasn't a fucking racist. Very well. Name the person if you will, and if further investigation is warranted. It's like, I like Ace Attorney villains. There's some Ace Attorney villains I really like. But like, you know, like, I don't mind if characters are evil, but if you're gonna be fucking outright racist to, you know, your opposition, it's not a likable trait. Like, Peter, he's fucking racist. Yeah, I don't think he's super classist. He was just kind of like, this isn't... He more just pointed out rudely that this isn't a bouquet, it's a single rose. I don't think that's classist. Yeah. Yeah, but Vito... No one else has been like this in Ace Attorney until this game. Like, you don't... It didn't need to be in this game. This is my complaint. Anyway, I kind of just want to drop the whole... I kind of just want to drop this whole complaint about it every single time it comes up. It just makes me uncomfortable. Prosecution has no objection to the trial continuing. You will name this other person who could have perpetuated the crime. You.
Take that!
The defense would like to request the cross-examination of the witness, my lord. Once again, my assistants made the same request earlier. In order to finally reveal the truth about this case, it's imperative that we cross-examine the juror number 4, Mrs. Joan Garadeb. Me? Oh dearie me.
Objection!
That request has already been denied.
Objection!
But the situation is very different now. Mrs. Garadeb, answer me this. What do you want to know, you little toad? At the time of this incident, you were enraged in a violent argument with your husband, Mr. John Garadeb. In the course of the argument, a minor house fire was ignited. And to clear the smoke from the room, your husband opened a window that looks over Briar Road. Well, what of it? You threw this book at your husband when he was cornered with his back against the window. Upon striking the pane of the top-hinged casement window, the book plummeted directly down, finding its way to what we know to be the true scene of the incident. Yes, and as I said, what of it? During the argument, you were beside yourself with rage. As such, you threw not just books, but anything you could lay your hands on. I'm surprised that the judge is allowing us to do this. So, let me ask you one more time, Mrs. Garadeb. This knife, the one removed from the victim's back. Have you really never laid eyes on it before? I don't recall it. Seriously? Am I supposed to remember everything I picked up and threw at my husband? And anyway, the man over there and all his regalia said members of the jury needn't testify, didn't he? Conveniently, yes.
Objection!
Yeah, I have no idea what sort of rules it would be in this era, Danny-kun. Normally they wouldn't be allowed to be on the jury. No, you have no recollection of saying that. I have no recollection of saying that at all, juror number 4. Oh? Make no mistake, you jurors are not special in any way. You are not immune to the judicial process. If you know something about this knife, madame, let the truth come out. Whoa, is he on our side for once? But that's just common or garden knife. It could have come from anywhere. We have several like it at home. If one were missing, how could you expect me to know? He's got some Edgeworth traits. Yeah, but I think he's still evil. What's that? Are you joking? What are you saying, please, Mrs. Garadeb? Now listen to me. I refuse to believe this nonsense. I couldn't bear the thought that I'd injure someone. Do you hear? I couldn't bear it. Oh, the poor woman. So, yes, I want evidence. I want to see hard evidence if you're going to insist this being my fault. You're going to have to prove to me that I threw that knife, if that's what you think. Come along now, chop chop. Do your worst. Well, Mr. Naruhodo, I'm gonna save the fucking game. Well, Mr. Naruhodo, if I had evidence like that, believe me, I would have thrown it at her already. Then take the stand, juror. Wow, why is he suddenly on our side? What the fuck? Maybe because... I don't know. Because either way, he's gonna fucking kill our defense. Oh my gosh, Ripple! Welcome, welcome everyone! How was your stream, Ripple? Midnight Blue, hello. Hello, Tubers. Hello, Bumfluff. How you guys doing? How was Dark Souls? Not nice casual. How are you? Yeah, welcome everyone. It was good. It was able to beat a few more bosses. Bosses, nice. Very cool. You glad you get to stop modding now? Yeah, I'm doing well, thank you. Another taxi tab. Yeah, I'm just giving a warning to everyone. I think we're nearing like right at the end of this trial. Just giving a quick warning that if you're afraid of spoilers for the Great Ace Attorney, you might wanna switch to lurking. But I really appreciate everyone coming in. VoD, thank you so much for following. I hope I pronounced your name right. You banned 2 people today, Bumfluff. Whoa. Ripple's rolling along, basically a pro. Ripple is so good. Like, I can't believe how like well you're playing Dark Souls. Like, I feel like I'd get too frustrated. You're very, very like persistent and can't like level-headed about it. I'm very impressed. You can totally learn. I think I'd get too frustrated. I don't like dying too many times in games. Yeah, I'm glad Ripple's having fun though, because I know Bumfluff really likes those games, and he's always talking about those games, so I'm glad he's a game that Bumfluff likes, people his friends are also liking. Hey Haruki, how are you? But yeah, I tried some Dark Souls 3 once. But I didn't really like that I kept getting invaded. That upset me a lot. I was playing it like multiplayer, but if you want to play multiplayer, you're gonna get invaded. And I didn't like that as someone who was new to the game. Goliath VT, how are you? Van Zeeks looks stylish. Van Zeeks, we don't like Van Zeeks here. Best playthroughs of Dark Souls always get community around them. Nice. I'm glad people enjoyed it. You absolutely hated getting invaded? Yeah, it's not fun. Learn how to invade yourself. Like, it's a single player game. Like, I'm not there for PvP. Like, I don't like games. I don't like competitive games in that sense. In your language, his name translates to of the sick. Really? I didn't know that. No, I said I don't like competitive games. I don't like games like that. That are like pit you against other people. Yeah, I fucking hate games. We don't play any games in this channel. If you have followed for fucking games, you're not getting them here. Yuck, games. Disgusting. Yeah, no mention of games in this channel. But yeah. But no, I just don't like games that are a bit too competitive. Like, I don't find it fun having people who are much better than you invading your Dark Souls and trying to attack you, a new player. Like, I don't find that fun. That's not fun for me. It just frustrated me a little bit. Cats need you? That's all good. Are these all game comments? Oh my god. Video James. No. No more games. Yeah, I know. But I was also playing the game with someone else. Like, I was playing it with a friend. and you need to be embered or whatever. And it's kind of like we played it, but I didn't find it fun that I couldn't play with my friend and have a good time when people who were like way better than us kept invading us. It just wasn't fun. Yeah. I don't have an issue with the difficulty of the game, like I just mostly have an issue with the people invading. I don't find that fun. But yeah, I'm just going to give another warning that we are near the end of this trial. I think it's the 4th trial in the game. So if you're caring about Ace Attorney spoilers, just giving you a warning. Imagine getting invaded. This video was made by the offline gang. Yeah, well, 4th case, I guess. The 2nd case wasn't really a trial. Like, they've been kind of not the standard of Ace Attorney games. Oh, Goliath, thank you for the follow. The live-action Ace Attorney movie is so good. It's so good. Did you end up watching it, Vito? I know you went to go look it up. Yeah, I loved that live action. I wish they did more of it. It was very good. Not yet. I think it's fun. I think, like, it's honestly probably... Is the Phoenix Wright actor hot? He fucking is, Diva. Gumshoe is as well. Didn't have time to look it up. That's all good. You'll get back to when there are fewer spoilers. Oh, that's all good. Thank you for hanging out. Thanks for the follow. Yeah, Diva, definitely give it a watch. This week will be a little bit easier on your sleep schedule. Oh, I hope so. I hope so. But yeah, no, the Ace Attorney live action film is very good. I don't know how it had no right being as good as it was, actually. Also need to go back into exercising despite the horrible heat. Oh no, is it hot there? It's getting hot here. Yeah, it had no right being as good as it was. Like the Rurouni Kenshin movies. I've not seen them. I've not seen Rurouni Kenshin though. Alright. Yeah, final warning for spoilers of The Great Ace Attorney. If you're planning on playing this game, we're quite far into this case, so there'll be definitely spoils. The prosecution does not object to the defense's request to cross-examine this woman. Thank you, Lord Venzeeks. I'm going to have to testify. Is Rurouni Kenshin Samurai X? I think it is. I don't know. I've not seen them, but I think it had a different name in English for a little bit. Juror number 4. As I'm sure you will appreciate, having observed it with your own eyes today. Witnesses' testimony can lead to the most extraordinary truths being unearthed. Truths of which the witnesses themselves may not even have been aware. I think legal movies are low-key fire, Dark Waters, My Cousin Vinny, Ace Attorney, etc. Yeah? I haven't seen too many legal movies, but yeah, I really did enjoy Ace Attorney. I think it was a good film. Other times they make a mess, like with Gantz. Yeah. Like, I'm honestly... Like, you see so many live-action adaptions of, like, anime and video games and stuff like that. And there's not many really good ones. And I'm, like, as someone who absolutely loves Ace Attorney, I'd probably be the person who'd be the most critical of the film. Like, you know, oh, it's not... It's too far from the source material and stuff like that. Like, Like, oh, it's nothing like the games. But honestly, the Ace Attorney movie is so fun. Which live action Death Note diva? Because the original, the Japanese 2-part dramas? The Netflix one. Yeah, no, fuck that. There was these live action Japanese dramas. They had 2 movies and it was really good. They were really fun. I liked them. There was a 3rd one. I don't count that. Don't watch that one. But the 2-part movies, the 2-part Death Note films was very fun. I liked them. The one where Green Goblin as Ryuk? Really? Yeah, that's the thing, is that they're the Western versions. Happened with Ghost in the Shell, yeah. I don't know. That's just the thing, is like, I feel like Ghost in the Shell didn't need a live action remake. Like, that anime, that movie is already done in a way that is it's kind of just like a movie. It doesn't feel like an anime film. It feels like a movie. So like, making it live action adds nothing to it. Battle Angel Alita? I never actually saw that, but I did hear good things about it. Yeah, Ghost in the Shell didn't need a live action remake because it already felt like, it felt like a proper movie. Like, it didn't feel like an anime film that needed to be in live action. It already was quite amazing. And I'm not a huge fan of Ghost in the Shell. Like, I've seen that movie like once. And it doesn't feel like a film that needed to be live action. Turn down the violence too much in Alita, but you understand why they didn't? Ah. Guess they just focus on the visuals rather than the whole are we human focus of Ghost in the Shell. Yeah. It had a lot of shot-for-shot things, I think I recall. Alita needed to be PG-13 to get any audience it could muster. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Alright. Oops. I hit my controller on the desk, sorry. Oh dearie me. Sir, I demand your full and unadulterated testimony, Mrs. Garadeb. And mark my words, this is the court of law today. In this court of law today, we shall extract the truth. Do you concur, counsels? Certainly, my lord. Oh, that's what I'm hoping for, my lord. Yeah, we are near the end. This is such a strange feeling. For the first time since arriving in this country, it actually feels real. Oh, I love him. I love when they show different angles of him. I'm like, yes, there he is. I'm here in the Old Bailey and I'm a lawyer. He is a lawyer. Yes, I reckon this will be the last testimony we get. Witness, state your name and occupation. Oh, yes, my name is Joan Garadeb. And I'm, well, I'm a juror and such like. It sounds like even she doesn't know if she's a housewife or a maid or what anymore. Is this new music? I feel like we've not heard this before. The court has decided your testimony is required in order to clarify matters in this case. Do you understand, madame? Yeah, I don't think we've had this track before. There's a lot of music in this game. Yes, my lord. You will tell the court everything that took place in your household on the evening in question. Wonder if it was to signify Rinosuke's growth? Because that's when it hit. Yeah, maybe. Maybe this is like Rinosuke's theme. It's all on Spotify? Nice. Same for the old games too? Nice. That's very cool. And I warn you, do not attempt to hide the truth. Oh dearie me. Chin up, Joni. Nothing to worry about now. Oh, he's here too. Oh, I didn't know you were here, John. Yeah, see, I want to look at the soundtrack, but I'm not sure if the track titles, if they're in English, they might have spoilers. Your laptop died, Diva. Oh no, that's okay. We haven't actually been doing anything. We've been chatting for a bit, so you haven't missed a lot. Wasn't only you in the room that day, that day old thing, was it? Rather think I ought to testify as well, don't you? But what about your knee, dear? Don't you worry about that. Hardly notice it. Not the sort of chap to leave a comrade to face disciplinary action alone. Oh, John. I presume you are Mr. John Garadeb. Yes, sir. Former second lieutenant in the 3rd Regiment of the 4th Northumberland Fusiliers, sir? Yeah, that's why I've not checked it out yet, Vito. But there's still the 2nd game as well. Seen my fair share of action and now living the quiet life, as it were. The quiet life? Were you not engaged in incendiary battle with your spouse in the day in question? Well, yes, quiet. I believe this may represent a first in the proud history of the British court. Calling a juror to the witness stand is unprecedented. 2nd game has its own soundtrack. Oh, okay, I didn't know they were separate. However, the court will hear your testimony now, juror number 4, and that of your husband. You will recount clearly and concisely the events in your home at the time of the incident in question. Sir, at once. They couldn't give us a single person to do a testify. We had to do testimony. We had to do 2 of them again. Soundtracks have been there since before this game launched. Yeah? Yeah, but I wasn't sure like if the names are in English, like if they got an English translation on Spotify. Because then it might allude to some things. Yes, on the day you're referring to, the wife and I did have a bit of a skirmish. Can't recall the reason now. Knocked a candlestick over and set fire to the carpet. Soon had it out though, and got the window open. Meanwhile, I was picking up whatever I could find to throw at him. Plenty of knives around our place. Can't say I'd notice if 1 or 2 went missing, I'm afraid. That bolly thing in the victim's back really was one of ours. You'll have a job proving it, I think. Only fingerprint analysis was a thing in this time. Wonder if he's going to try and protect him. Yeah, maybe. They've added English titles. Ah, okay. It sounds as though it was quite the battlefield in your household that evening. Although an entire one-sided assault, it seems. The enemy caught us on the hop, sir. Had no choice but to dig in and take decisive measures. To be honest, if the enemy had kept shelling us for another minute, we'd have been toast. Of course, a veteran such as myself is only too aware that every battlefield, you're just a gnat's whisper away from death at any moment. Hey Smug, how are you? It is the Moon Man and Sun Lady again. They are back. We are right near the end of this case. Wish dialogue was more like this. Are we still talking about a marital quarrel here? Well, I must say, I'm dubious that this testimony will shed any light on the origins of this jackknife. In combat, one's focus narrows such that surroundings are barely noticed. These witnesses may not have been able to offer anything more than they have testified already. This may be a dead end. Van Zieks may well be right. Well, whatever the chances, we only have this last cross-examination to uncover the truth, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes, I'm afraid so. Very well, counsel. Begin your cross-examination. You cannot watch because you want to play this game, but good luck and have fun. Thank you so much, Smug. And you want mega wide? Here we go. Yeah, that's all good, Smug, if you want to avoid spoilers. Yeah, have a good luck. You hate Spotify's PC application? Yeah, me too. Battle of Garadeb. Yes, on the day you're referring to, the wife and I did have a bit of a skirmish. Can't recall the reasons now. Mega White is actually the funniest shit in the world. Am I 12? Yes. I'm glad you like it. I don't know when I thought of this. I was like, yes, wide. But what about wider? Waiting for Mega Wide merch. Maybe. I don't know. I don't know if I'm ready to release merch. They don't have just the albums listed. They have to have all the songs too. It takes forever to scroll. Ah. You purchase White Taxi 10 times in a row. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, I just manually stretch it. But now that I have the Stream Deck, I have a button to do it. Yeah. On the day you're referring to, the wife and I did have a bit of a skirmish. Can't recall the reason now. I'm pretty sure you know the reason. We'll press that. I can blame Vito for it. The reason is what you told us yesterday, I believe. Yes, that's right. If I remember correctly, it all started because of a note that was tucked into the pages of the book belonging to Mr. Garadeb. A rather passionate note, in fact. But Mrs. Garadeb found the note, discovering her husband's little secret. And she gave him a mighty number of slaps across the face for it, too. What sordid state of affairs? Hell on earth. I say, when a chap says he can't recall such thing, it's common decency not to drag it all up. Aww. And besides, half of it was wide on the mark anyway. Wide of the mark. A likely story. These waters run very deep. And what transpired next, after all these multiple blows to the face? Knocked a candlestick over and set fire to the carpet. Soon had it out though and got the window open.
Hold it!
The fire also spread to some items of furniture, didn't it? The bookcase, my armchair, anything of mine really. It just so happened there was some bath water around that evening, so I sloshed that about to put it out. A most precarious situation you put yourself in. Ours is a three-story townhouse on the west side of the street where the water main isn't connected yet. Have to draw water from a public water pump during the day if you need any, you see. The lodgers are always moaning that they can't get any water at night. Although, that little moustache Japanese man buys water in bottles, I believe. The defendant is Tsunatsume, you mean? Yes, he receives a stipend for his studies, you know, from his home country. Can you imagine being able to brew a pot of tea at all hours? He's obviously very well off. Have you actually seen the state of the man? I believe he uses all of his income to buy books. Well, anyway, the point is, I was able to douse the fire with water, fortunately enough. Meanwhile, I was picking up whatever I could find to throw at him. Posted in Discord real quick, no spoilers, just the album covers, which is probably the same cover as the games. Okay, cool, thank you. Even though the room was set on fire, as far as I was concerned at the time, it was more important to extinguish my anger than the flames. When a woman wants to throw, she must throw. That's most certainly not true of Susato Takedown, Mr. Naruhodo. How did she know I was thinking of that? So, please cast your mind back and try and remember. Was a knife among the items that you threw at your husband that day? In all honesty, I don't recall. But I feel I must point out that I'm no monster. Let me see. Some bread, a cabbage, garlic, a towel, a sponge, a napkin. Ooh, what do you got to say, sir?
Excuse me.
Excuse me. Oh, that's enough wide taxi. Do you have something to add, sir? Mr. Garadeb. Don't shoot. Sorry. I beg your pardon? Did your wife's remark just now bring something to mind? Nothing of any significance, no. Just that the barrage of projectiles and the old thing launched in my direction was somewhat more solid than she implies. Books, bricks, and the fire poker I seem to recall. Ouch. And the woman's aim is uncanny. She landed a direct hit. Aww. Good grief, woman. We're not at home now. This is a court of law. Wait. Did she put it in his pipe? Was she doing that last time? Is that when she was pouring it last time? Is he drinking it from his pipe? Is that his cup? Does he have a sippy cup? Oh dearie me, ever so sorry, dear. What is she even doing with a teapot in here? Honestly, John, I would never have thrown such thing at you, obviously. Yeah, I think he had a cup. Well, take a look at this then. How do you suppose that happened, Your pipe, sir? Had this thing been in my hand as usual at the time of the onslaught? Knocked it clean out with one of her soft projectiles, she did, yes. And when I went to pick up the thing, it was broken in two. I'd like to see a sponge do that sort of damage. This pipe's doubling as a teacup now. There's a sippy cup. I see, your pipe was broken. It would never have been sent flying unless it was hit by something pretty solid. Anyway, I've managed to bandage the thing up for now. You are one to exaggerate, aren't you, dear? I wonder what we should make of this account. Would be important. They even have some other Ace Attorney weird albums there, like the piano album and whatnot. I always liked the jazz version one. I liked that one. If they have that one, I think it's fun. The defense believes Mr. Garadeb's remarks just now to be of great significance.
Objection.
This war veteran's words only tell us one thing. They have that one too? Nice. Betray a fiery wife and pipes, as well as hearts, may be broken. You have to confirm, that's all good. Sentimental wisdom, perhaps, but hardly worthy of adding to the formal testimony. Indeed, common sense, one might say. Might one? In that case, would you at least permit us to examine the pipe, sir? Well, I don't see why not. Best part is that they also have some other Capcom stuff there, like Monster Hunter soundtrack and Street Fighter. Yeah, I think they added them all at the same time. Oh dearie me, there you go again, trying to ingratiate yourself with a young lady. Yeah, if only Nintendo would. Very well, the court will accept the gentleman's pipe as evidence. Pipe has been entered to the court record. Yeah. Hope I didn't speak out of turn, Mr. Naruhodo. Let's have a quick look at the pipe. Mr. Garadeb's pipe, apparently it fell to the floor during the domestic dispute he had with his wife and broke. Is it gonna have the tip of the fucking... Yep. Oh, something just twinkled inside the chamber of the pipe here. Yes, I saw it. Something stuck in there, I think. Let's turn over and give it a shake. What's this? It's a tiny fragment of metal. It looks like the tip of a blade or something. The tip of a blade? Surely it couldn't be. Yeah, I was like, it's gonna be this thing, and then it fucking was instantly. Yeah! Yeah! There it fucking is. This is a tiny piece of metal we found in the chamber of Mr. Garadeb's pipe. It looks like the tip of a blade or something. Tip of a blade? I am acing it. Is something wrong, Mr. Naruhodo? I don't really know. There's just something niggling at me, but I can't quite put my finger on what it is. Perhaps in that case, it would be wise to examine some of the other pieces of evidence again. Yeah, tip of knife. Tip of knife. I was just feeling rather disappointed for you that your request was turned down. Oh no, it's fine. Thanks to Susato-san, we have some new evidence to work with. We should examine it carefully. Well, thank you for that. Rebuttal, Mr. Garadeb. Now, if we could return to the crux of the matter. What can you tell to the court about the knife used to attack the victim? Plenty of knives around our place. Can't say I'd noticed one or two went missing, I'm afraid. If that bully thing in the victim's back was really one of ours, you'd have a job proving it. Alright, I'm gonna save and I'm gonna present the tip. Just the tip.
Objection!
Yeah. Mr. Garadeb, can I ask you to take a good look at this, please? You can ask, but I can't see a bully thing. You can't? You used to call me Dead-Eye Deb back in the regiment, of course. That was some time ago now. Even when I'm trying to enjoy a large print book by the fire these days. I struggle to tell a B from a D and a P from a Q, to be honest. Oh, he does. Dearie me, it's rather wearing to be asked about every other letter in every other word. You must be very dizzy. That's dumb. And what's that? A tiny scrap of metal? Yes, almost certainly from the tip of a blade. And what may appear at first to just be a tiny scrap is in fact a crucial piece of evidence. Interesting. And where did the defense come by this evidence? It was lodged in the chamber of Mr. Garadeb's pipe. My pipe, you say? By Jove, I wonder how that got there. It's dumb, but you'll take it. Took me a second to read that, Danikun. And what precisely does this fragment of metal signify, Council? Are you suggesting that it was some way related to the matter of the stabbing on Briar Road? I am. What? When put together with another piece of evidence already in the court record, I believe this tiny fragment of metal will unravel the whole truth to this case, my lord. What about if it doesn't fit? Oh no, his bum was on fire. I didn't realize his bum was on fire. You appear rather confident in that extraordinary statement, Counsel. Why is he still in his pajamas while he's out and about, though? Very well then, present the pertinent evidence to the court. Bomb. What evidence, when paired with this fragment of metal, allegedly reveals the truth of this entire case? Yeah. This is a knife that was found in the victim's back. If you look closely, you will see that there is a small piece of the tip of the blade that is missing. Common issue with the inferior blades sold at unsavory street markets. Yeah, I wonder if it'll be this quick. It feels too quick, if that makes sense. Like, we only just got that piece of evidence, and it's just like, we have waited the entire time for that little piece of evidence. It feels too quick. Criminals who use them regularly leave tips lodged in the victim's bones. And what of this particular knife? Yeah, I don't know, Danikun. No doubt this tip has suffered a similar fate, now languishing somewhere near the spine of the victim.
Objection!
No, that's not the case. The tip of this particular knife's blade is the very fragment of metal we discovered in the chamber of Mr. Garadeb's pipe. Ah. Ah. God, he looked like he had a heart attack. Good grief, Lord Van Zeeks. It's like, are you okay? I don't believe it. Why is he doing that? I do really fucking like this pose though, like that, I don't know, I really like that animation. The knife from the crime scene and this fragment of metal are a perfect match. Oh, they do fucking match, yes! Take my heart. Wait, I don't have one. Exactly, Vito. Order, order, order. Is this some sort of Eastern sorcery? Fuck off, Judge. Why? No jazz album? No, Vito. This is no magic, my lord. This is a miracle. Yeah, it is unnecessary. Like, they didn't have to add that line. They didn't have to do it. They didn't have to fucking add it. Why? A miracle? Like, it could have said, is this some kind of sorcery? And it would have been okay. Like, I wouldn't have thought anything of it. Whatever. So Van Zeeks has figured it out, has he? Counsel, explain this extraordinary coincidence at once. Yes, my lord. The crucial point where we have to ask ourselves here. Crucial point we have to ask ourselves here is, when did the fragment of metal find its way inside Mr. Garadeb's pipe? Something that was clarified for us in the most recent witness testimony. Had this thing in my hand as usual at the time of the onslaught. Knocked it clean out with one of her soft projectiles, she did, yes. Oops. It would never have been sent flying unless it was hit by something pretty solid. Aww. Oh dearie me. During the argument between these two that occurred just as the victim was on the pavement below, Mrs. Garadeb flung this knife at her husband. However, the knife missed Mr. Garadeb, instead striking the pipe in his hand at the time, which caused the tip to break off, of course. Good lord. Yes, and that is when the tiny tip of the blade found its way inside Mr. Garadeb's pipe. He could have died. The chances of that are 1,000,000 to 1. And yet, there's no other credible explanation for how the tip of the blade ended up in your pipe. Then, after losing its tip, the knife ricocheted off the pipe and flew out the open window. Some acrobatics. In short, this knife fell from the window of the Garadeb's house. It is the very same knife that struck the victim in the middle of the back in the street below. Oh gosh, oh dear, oh. No. Yeah, I wonder if it had been a pointy knife, she would have died. What do you got to say, Mr. Asshole? A full-bodied theory, I'll give you that. A complex bouquet of seemingly trivial points plausibly arranged to create an almost passable vintage. He's gonna break the glass again? I think so. Allow me to toast my learned friend's characteristically Nipponese approach to bottling his argument. Bottling his argument? Yeah. Sorry. But, after all, it is just a theory. The bottle, I fear, is corked. Because, you see... Yeah, no one fucking cares. Get your feet off the table. It's spoilt by an insurmountably inconsistency. An insurmountable what? It wasn't this fucking easy. Lord Van Zeeks, explain yourself. What is the inconsistency that you claim to have identified? An inconsistency of the simplest nature, my lord. The victim was found with a knife planted in the middle of her back. Yes, in her... Ah. Maybe she bent down to pick up the book, and then when she bent down, it fell straight on her. That's right, you silly little man. Now, journaled thing, what are you getting so excited about? Yeah, that's why she was holding the book. What's up with putting his leg on the stand? I don't know. They wanted him to be sexy, but they made him so cursed that he can't be. Now, journaled thing, what are you getting so excited about? Let us consider the basic facts of the case once more. The victim was walking along the pavement before being stabbed in the back and falling to the ground. If the knife that struck her had fallen from above... I hear strange animals outside. It's not picking up on the mic. Damn. It's like a bat, maybe, outside. Squealing. Yeah, just like weird animal noises. I think it's a bat. Taxi finished his case like 3 steps ago. Well, I fucking knew it was them from the start. Like, I think I predicted it as soon as, like, we met them. I'm like, obviously something came out the window and killed this woman. There's no possible way it could have planted itself in the victim's back. Yeah. Yeah, I thought she was sus. Oh, she's got a box to stand on, I just realized. Order, order. Quite right, you see, that's exactly right. If the knife had fallen on her from above, it would have struck her in the top of the head. Stop slapping him. Well, he's lost for words. Look, I knew it. I never liked his theory in the first place. I don't know, though. What really did happen? It would appear the defense has made a rather spectacular blunder. But theory has even one inconsistency it cannot stand. Your theory, my learned friend, is history. Aww. We were so close. I could see the truth. I was so sure we were on the right track. But now the way has been blocked completely by just one simple inconsistency. In other words, we simply need to eliminate that one inconsistency and the theory will stand. A lot of toxic relationships? Yeah. Yeah. Well, we got the worker in the jury who said that he gets knives and shit thrown at his by his wife. Yeah, Maho was online. I saw that. Miss Susato. You mustn't worry, Mr. Naruhodo. You were just caught off guard, that's all. And your mind went blank. You love the dynamic. If the path you were on is indeed correct, then a way will present itself. I love Susato. She's very sweet. The key to this is in the court record, I'm sure. All the information you need is there. It seems you have nothing to say, my Nipponese friend. Well, your silence speaks volumes. Tacit? Tacit? I don't know. Acceptance that your theory is fatally flawed. No one cares, Venzeeks. Oh, we saw Maho came online on my Switch. Maho is playing Animal Crossing. This inconsistency doesn't mean I was in the wrong track. It means that I need to sharpen my mind and dig deeper to the truth. Yeah, that was an interesting objection. It means I need to sharpen my mind and dig deeper to the truth. It's a test. Yes. The knife fell on the victim. The knife fell on the victim from above. There's no way that it could have hit her in the middle of the back. Under normal circumstances, that is. What are you implying? Counsel? There's a piece of evidence in the court record that can explain this inconsistency. That can explain how the knife that fell from above could have pierced the victim's back. I'm going to save the game. Saving the game. We already have the answer. Goodness. Utter madness. Surely this must be the last time. Counsel, present the evidence of which you speak. This is the last inconsistency, the final piece of the puzzle. If I can successfully make sense of this, the truth will be laid bare at last. The evidence that explains how a falling knife became lodged in the victim's back is... It's either we present the photograph showing that she is holding the book, or we present the book showing that the book was outside and she went to pick it up. I reckon we present the photo saying that she grabbed it. She was bent down to go get the book. I'm gonna say that.
Take that!
Probably both is the answer. This, the fourth book found at the scene. This is the final piece of evidence the defense will present. Yeah. This objection theme's different. The burnt book? Is that not Mr. Garadeb's book? Yes, and to understand its significance, we have to consider how it came to be at the scene in the first place. Yeah, it's definitely different. This photographic print clearly shows the book in question, and the victim holding it in her hand. But as we all know, it was the police constable that put the book between her fingers like that. Quite so, as part of his wholesale transplanting of the crime scene to the opposite side of the road. That's true, however, as part of his testimony, Constable Beat made an extremely enlightening statement on that point. But what made you place that book in the victim's hand? Oh, well, sir, it's because that's how I found it. When we first ran over to the scene, the victim was already holding the book. So, when I moved everything, I made sure it was still in her hand. In other words, the victim had already picked the book up of her own volition. And clearly, that must have been before she suffered the knife wound. Well, I should say so. After being attacked with a knife, I don't imagine she'd have been doing much of anything. So the question becomes, why did the victim have that book in her hand? By Jingo. I think I'm beginning to see what may have happened now. Oh dearie me. We know that the book fell from the top floor of the Garadeb household into the pavement below, at precisely the moment that the victim was walking past. Yes, at exactly that moment, the young woman was walking along the streets in the light fog, when all of a sudden, a book fell right in front of her. The book I threw. Yes, Miss Garadeb. And what did you think the woman did? What would you do if you were walking along and suddenly a book landed in front of you in the pavement? Well, I really can't imagine it, but I suppose she might have reached down and picked the book up. Yes, that's exactly what the woman in fact did. She picked up the book. She is cute, isn't she? You get out of the way before more stuff fell on you. Oh heavens. And when the woman reached down to pick the fallen book up, what position would her back have been in? That's right, facing the sky, completely and utterly defenseless. Then, in the very next moment, while the woman was still bent over picking up the book. Aww. The next object fell from the room above, the jackknife, straight into the middle of her back. At the same time, walking by Walking by chance directly behind Miss Green, was the defendant, Mr. Soseki Natsume. Well, I'd never. It appeared to Mr. Natsume that the woman simply collapsed on the floor. In the dark and the fog, he didn't see the knife falling on her from above. Ah. And from the other direction. The constable and his wife saw no one but the victim and her apparent attacker. So there never was a real culprit to run from the scene in the first place. No, this was nothing more than a series of unlikely events that culminated in an unfortunate accident. You mean a series of unfortunate events? Like the book? Ha 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 ha. And that is the real truth behind the case. You're thinking the same thing. Well, Mr. and Mrs. Garadeb. Lemony Snicket, I think you got it. I do wanna eventually play that Lemony Snicket series of unfortunate events game on PS2. I saw it in a retro store. And I kinda wanna play it. Maybe one day on stream. The very first time you showed me that knife, I had my suspicions. I wondered if perhaps it might have been something like that. There, old bean. Poor Mrs. Garadeb. Of course, I never meant for anything of the sort to happen, but it was all my fault, wasn't it? I take full responsibility. I let my anger get the better of me. I threw that book. And I threw the knife as well. John, dear. It's alright, I know. I'm ever so sorry. Truly. I'm sorry. I thought his knee is playing up. Lord Menzies, what news of Mrs. Garadeb? She's been taken to the infirmary. It would appear that today's events have left her in an especially flustered state. However, I believe she'll recover in due course. There's no cause for concern. Yes, unbeknownst to themselves, they caused what could easily have been a terrible tragedy. They shall have to prepare themselves for the consequences of their actions. There's some good news, however, my lord. I have just had word from the hospital where the victim is being treated. The condition is improving steadily and the doctor believes she will regain consciousness soon. Yay! She is okay. Yeah, she is alive, Danikun. It's strange. We've been talking about the victim all this time, but we've never once met her. How wonderful. The woman's out of danger, it seems. Yes, that is good news. You want to meet her, Danikun? Hopefully we can. So, Mr. Soseki Natsume. Yes. On behalf of my fellow countrymen, I would like to take this opportunity to beg your pardon, sir. You came from your distant eastern homeland to study our great British culture and have been repaid with immeasurable unkindness. Please accept our heartfelt apologies. No, it is me who should be begging your pardon. I have to, turn my light back on. My tracking doesn't work well when my light turns off. As you can see, my mouth is not working. Just like, ah. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Aw. It's me who should be begging your pardon. Oh no, Mr. Natsume. That evening, when the young woman just collapsed on the pavement before my eyes, I jumped to the wrong conclusion again, in my confusion. What conclusion, sir? I was sure that the woman was dead. Yes, Constable Beat said the same thing, didn't he? He thought she had been killed too. I suppose she must have looked completely lifeless. It's been about a year since I arrived in Great Britain now, but I still can't get used to life here. I can't relax. I'm sure there are evil spirits lurking in the fog. Like they're haunting me. Poor Soseki-san. His imagination really has got the better of him. Yes, poor man. So, when it happened, I thought the young woman had been taken by the fog spirits. I should have never dropped my books like that and run away. I should have called for help, for a doctor, for the police. Instead, I've managed to create a rift in the relationship of trust between our two empires. And for that, I'm truly sorry. One could indeed say that some sort of mischievous spirit has been at work here, I think. One that created a chain of unfortunate mishaps. We were befooled by this spirit and led to false conclusions. Oh, was he sitting in the jury? I didn't notice that. But thanks to Lord Van Zeeks and our young lawyer here from the Far East, that chain has now been broken, and the spirit exorcised. I heartily commend you both. Oh. Now then, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. Yes, my lord. In concluding this trial, I must ask one last time for your decisions regarding the defendant's culpability. Are you ready to present your findings to the court? As the foreman of this jury, I can assure you we've reached a fair and just conclusion. I do declare that truth can be extremely cruel at times. Well, I didn't suspect the woman next to me, but that's for sure. Sitting in for the old bean while she's out of action, you know, but I know what her decision would be. Does this mean I'll finally be able to get out of here and start work? Well, it's about time. I say, I'll have a corker of a story to tell the grandchildren when I get home, won't I? Very well, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. I hereby demand your final decisions. Mr. Foreman.
Not guilty.
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 Yay. Yeah, he just decided that was his place. He's like, alright, I'm here now. Very well, Mr. Soseki Natsume, I hereby pronounce you. Yay! Yay! Got the fireworks! Whoa! We did it! That means there's one case left, I think. And finally, Mr. Natsume. Oh, yes, Lord Sir. You are now a free man once more. It is my hope that you will continue to further your education in British culture. And may you never again be brought before me. Oh, yes, sir, of course. On my life, I swear I'll never set foot in a courtroom again. I'm transported to tears. Aww. Thank you, counsels. Court is adjourned. Yay! Van Zeeks is saucy. Yeah, no, I think we have one more case. After this one. Yeah, I'm not sure, Danikon. Oh, locum. Wait, you mean me? Of course. Is there another locum here? Is there even one? Compared to the original locum student, Mr. Naruhodo Esquire, your name has become rather short, hasn't it? What's wrong with using my actual name? Oh, at last, I'm free, I'm free. Joyful, joyous, jubilant duplication. Heady, hearty happiness, hurrah. Oh, I'm pleased. Mr. Natsume is delighted. Would it be so hard just to say that then? Locum, you did it. You saved me from the brink. Well, what happened to the poor woman was in no way your fault after all. I'm just glad everyone can see that now. No, 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 not that. Lovely, loyal locum lawyer. Yes? I mean, as I said before, I've just never gotten used to life here in Great Britain. Every time I look over my shoulder, I see foreigners. I see towering brick buildings. And from high up windows, I see them looking down on me, laughing. Look at that little hunchback. Oh dear. I'm sure it's all in your head, Mr. Natsume. But today, your locum lawyer gave my gloom the boot. You stood firm behind that baronal bench before all those babbling British. You battered to the bitter end, laying bare the baffling truth. And then when I beheld the blinding fireworks among the beams of the Bailey's roof, I bellowed, behold the best barrister ever born. Aww. You missed it, but happy midnight? Whoa, it is midnight. We finished the case, Nova. Baronial? Ah. Well, that's very flattering, and we're very pleased for you. This has given me a wonderful anecdote to recount to my old friends back in Japan. An anecdote? Is that what's to become of all my hard work? Ah, there you are, my dear fellows. There he is! I apologize for keeping you waiting. I rose late this morning. You sleep in. You sleep in. Beep 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 beep. That's it, Maho. Mr. Sherms is a sleepy boy. Oh, Mr. Sherms, what a pleasure to see you. I see I am here not a moment too soon. A disaster has been averted, I'm glad to say. Oh. The trial shall begin presently, Mr. Naruhodo, and I wish you the very best of luck. It's just finished. What? No. Then my haste was in vain? Ah, it's you. Herlock Sherms. Vito, you hate everyone. Why do you even play Ace Attorney? Oh, have we met, sir? This is Mr. Natsume, the man you had arrested, Mr. Sherms? Ah, I see. I failed to recognize you at first. Our previous encounters have taken place in the gloom, either in your bleak lodgings or that prison cell. I simply couldn't place that curious face in the light. Charming. This is all your fault, Herlock Sherms. You're the reason I had to go through this terrible ordeal. I'm going to give you a piece of my mind. My apologies, sir, but I assure you, I have placed you now. You're the fellow who abandoned that poor young lady and ran off, are you not? Had she been taken to the hospital more urgently? I feel perhaps she would have regained consciousness by now. Oh. But it was unavoidable, I'm sure. We are but human after all. Anyone would have been shaken by such an experience. I do feel very badly about how I behave. You also hate Emma, Vito? And you hate, Meekins? I do feel very badly about how I behaved. Well, never mind. Now then, what was that you wanted me to say? Wanted to say to me, sir? Nothing. Ahahaha, priceless. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm really, but that was quite priceless. Poor Soseki-san. I thought you didn't like Emma. Still, on the bright side, you had an extremely entertaining experience without paying a penny. And, it would seem, you were not even found guilty. You just poke fun at her to get to you. Fair enough. But there's no bright side. Shut up, Peter! Whatever do you mean, Mr. Natsume? Even after this, I'm still cursed by the spirits, and now by the Reaper. Ah, Lord Van Zeeks. I haven't forgotten, you know, what facing that man in court means. Even if you're found not guilty, you're still doomed. It'll be alright, Mr. Natsume. Hmm? If the Reaper appears, trying to make trouble, I will protect you. Yeah. Why? Why did that happen to me? With the perfectly executed Susato takedown. E. Much as I like being turned on my head, a bit of a warning might be nice next time, Miss Susato. So, Mr. Natsume, what do you intend to do now? You mentioned something about recounting your experiences to your friends back in Japan. Yes, I intend to return to my homeland soon. Oh. It has already been a year since I arrived here in Great Britain. I visited universities, libraries, bookshops. I've even been honoured by the tutelage of professors. I've learnt so much about the wealth of literature here and the city it has shaped. And I've come to realise that it's my calling to sail home and tell my fellow countrymen about it. That's very touching, Mr. Natsume. Or, perhaps, in less veiled terms, you wish to withdraw halfway around the world to escape the terror of the Reaper's curse? That's not it at all. He is afraid. He is scared. The more I learn of literature, the more this strange feeling claws at my insides. I feel compelled to return to my roots and attempt to pen a work of my own. Oh, I see. A work of literature by Saseki-san. Could be an interesting read. You hate Shomes a bit less. And what about Miss Susato and yourself, Mr. Naruhodo? Sorry, what about us? Will you return to Japan alongside your moustached compatriot? Why would we? Oh, a week has not yet passed since we arrived in London. And only now does it feel like we finally have found our feet. And you're accommodated in a hotel at present, are you not? That's right, but we need to find lodgings before it bankrupts us. I've calculated we can only afford another 10 nights before our entire budget is exhausted. Well then, you could take my lodgings. Oh, the windowless room? Ah, but what it lacks in windows, it more than makes up for with a floor and ceiling and walls. Great. And of course, I'd be happy to leave behind the accursed evil spirit. Oh my, an evil spirit? Oh yes. It tries to suffocate you when you sleep. It's an infallible wake-up call. Is it the cat? Is it the cat? Well, think about it, if that's alright. Perhaps I can offer you a more welcome alternative. Would you consider taking lodgings with me? Yay, roommates! Really? Well, the vacancy has conveniently presented itself. So, it's up in the attic, I might add. Are you sure it isn't just a storage loft? I spoke with the landlady this very morning on the matter of price, and Iris is clearing the room as we speak. You must come at once. I presume you have no luggage to speak of? Oh, this is simply wonderful. What an honor to be invited to taking lodgings in the great detective's office's attic. Oh my god, they were roommates. I was just thinking that, Maho. What up, accursed spirit? It's your boy. All these fucking memes. She is fangirling. I'm too overcome for words. So he's suggesting we look elsewhere without them. Then it's settled. Iris will prepare a welcome dinner this evening. And you must come too, Mr. Natsume, I insist. I don't know what to say, but thank you, and yes. Wonderful. Then I'll go and complete the paperwork for your formal release, Mr. Natsume. I shan't take long. Somebody's happy. Oh my god, they were roommates. Oh, they were roommates! Locum, I knew you wouldn't let me down. I'm truly delighted to have met you here in London. Likewise, Mr. Natsume. It's been a privilege meeting you too. It's a shame that we're going to have to say goodbye so soon. Well, I've come to realize that I belong in Japan. But Locum, we'll meet again one day. Yes, I'm sure. And hopefully by then, I'll be a successful lawyer. I will be a... why am I getting tongue-tied? I'll be a successful lawyer. Hopefully by then, I'll be a successful author. We'll meet again one day, kid. In the second game, probably. Well, my dear fellow, our carriage appears to have arrived. Shall we go, Mr. Naruhodo? Yes, Mr. Sholmes. I've little doubt Mr. Natsume will be released in time for dinner this evening. And so, with Soseki-san's innocence successfully established, we rode with Mr. Sholmes to what was become our new home. 221B Baker Street. I'm nervous that something's gonna happen and this will not be a happy ending. Oh, look at our little home. We got some onions. That's all we got. Some onions. Got a shovel. So this is to be our new office, yes. Our office? I rather like the sound of that. Me too, it's simply wonderful, isn't it? I hope you can see this, Kazuma. It's only a small step. But I'd like to think we're getting a little closer to your dream now. I'm gonna fucking cry! Ah, why is it doing this to me? Just all of a sudden. Kazuma just kills me every time. So, my dear fellows, do you like the place? Hello? Sir? Sir? Ah, Mr. Sholmes, thank you so much. It's a delightful room, Mr. Sholmes. I simply adore it. Daddy, sorry, Daddy. Right? Oh my god! Oh my god, that waistcoat, man. Hello? Good, I'm pleased to hear it. Iris and I are delighted to welcome you. Hope everyone's hungry, it's nearly dinner time. We'll eat as soon as Mr. Natsume arrives. We have a lot to celebrate. I hope Mr. Natsume doesn't fucking die. Iris, you must let me help you. Venzix ain't got shit on Vest Sholmes, that figure, right? Why is he actually hot? He fucking is though. Sholmes, man. Man. Why'd they do this to us? They gave him an alternative outfit. Come on. Alright then, Susie, you can be in charge of the salad. Splendid. Damn! So, Mr. Naruhodo, how does it feel? To have your own office in the capital. It's very exciting, actually. I can't help wonder what adventures await us. Ha ha ha. Those were precisely my sentiments when I first established my office in these premises. Hold on, pause, you need this frame soaked into your brain. Legit. I'm blushing, Mr. Sharms. Until I discovered the dark truth about the city of London, that is. Sorry? London is a glorious place full of wonder, opportunity, prosperity, and mirth. But the brightest of lights cast the darkest of shadows. Shadows? What do you mean? Well, I believe you're well aware of the murkiness that lies behind London's facade already. I don't know what mirth is, Vito. His arm looks like a cookie finger? What? What is a cookie finger? So, once again, Mr. Naruhodo. When it's on his head. Oh, I missed it. Yeah, I don't know what a mirth is, Vito. Oh, okay. Welcome to London. It's joy, okay. Of course, at the time, I had no idea of the significance of these words Mr. Sholmes so casually spoke. But it wasn't long before my turn came to lift the facade and see the true depth behind the murk that lay behind it. You had to look it up in a dictionary like a school kid? Amazing. I am not familiar with joy. Yay! We did it! Oh my god. I just noticed my keys are in my pocket. You know when you change position and you're just suddenly like, oh, that hurts. It's because fucking keys are stabbing into my butt. Very cool. Yes, we did it! We did it! One more case. Episode 5. Adventure of the Unspeakable Story. Ooh. Ooh. Alright. Let's find someone to raid. I hope you guys are enjoying the games. The Ace Attorneys. Who we have online? Don't you dare speak about this story. Thanks for stream. Thanks for hanging out, everyone. You're excited for more attorneys? All of them. Yeah, so on Thursday, on Magical Girl Plays channel, me and her will be playing Ace Attorney 2 together on Thursday. Everyone come. We missed out last week because I was still not well from my COVID vaccine, but I'm all good this week. Should be good to play. Should be good. I'm excited. Alright, let's find someone to raid. Maho's catching up to you. But I have to keep playing, Vito. Alright. Alright, we're gonna raid this fellow VTuber I enjoy watching. Suvi, she is she does lots of VTuber tutorials and she's very helpful online. But her streams are a very comfy vibe. She's currently pushing for partner, so appreciate you guys if you give her a lurk. That'd be really nice. But yeah, taxi raid beep beep when we go through. Taxi raid beep beep. Alright. See you guys on Thursday on Maho's channel for more Ace Attorney. And Friday, we're gonna play more Spooky's Jump Scare Mansion. Yeah. Alright, good night everyone. Thank you all for hanging out. I really appreciate it. And thank you everyone for the raids and the subs and stuff. Very appreciated. Alright, good night everyone. Good night. See you on Thursday or Friday, whichever one you see me on. Alright, good night.